Let's see the sound. Sound seems to be working. So sound, Kiva, hello, sound check. Can you hear me? I hope so. Sound is good, excellent. So, Kiva already joined, perfectly audible, great. Today we are going to work on a topic that completely blew my mind over the weekend and yesterday, and that became the reason why I skipped yesterday's stream, because I needed myself to work on this topic a little bit more profoundly than I thought. The topic is mother versus daughter, painful inheritance. A very, very epic thing. Very epic thing. And I want to discuss it from so many different facets today, including how to move on with your life when you had what's typically considered a dysfunctional upbringing, when you did not receive from your mom that very important lesson of acceptance, when you felt like from birth you were in a scenario of rivalry because your mom did not grow up herself. For herself, it was an unbearable load to carry that child, to carry this girl. And I want to look at it in the context of the world in general, where everything that is feminine, where everything associated with what's typically feminine is looked down upon, at the same time used heavily. Because it's hardly possible to find a society in which a woman has some privileged position. Usually it is utilitarian position, where woman is used as a commodity, where women's resources are exploited. And even if we look at the position of homosexual men who are projecting a more feminine side, they oftentimes end up being exploited in a similar way as people who project this feminine force, this sensitivity. Unfortunately, everything that is associated with typically feminine representations gains a label of vulgar, impolite, inappropriate, too much, imbalanced, stupid, not worthy. And at the same time, the behavior of society is always to showcase the opposite. Because why would you want to oppress something that is naturally safe, beautiful, and at the same time docile? There's nothing docile about a woman. There's nothing docile. A woman controls life. Woman can create life and can destroy it. Woman possesses a huge creative potential. Let's commodify it. Let's put it in a box. Let's put a lid on it. Let's use it for some weird interests. Let's prohibit it to live. Let's prohibit it to thrive. And this has been the society in which rude power, greed, and deficiency that represents itself through very aggressive, destructive behavior, dominating behavior, has become a sign of somewhat of a virtue or a vehicle to rise up on the scale and hierarchy of society. But everything that is refined, that is sensitive, is kind of used for pleasure. People know, people are drawn to that as the source of pleasure. They seek pleasure in that. They seek inspiration in that. But it never almost never is allowed to self-govern. It's never allowed to grow to its full potential, to its full capacity. And this has manifestations even in the modern West, where women gained an extraordinary amount of freedom compared to the previous centuries. And at the same time, ordinary humans are less so dependent on both the system and nature, like some slave classes felt sometime before, when there was some landlord and most of the people were servants in the fields, depending on both the system and depending on nature. Nowadays, technology kind of takes on the role of a slave, with people being more capable, especially in the West and the developed countries, being able to embrace their creative side. This is the beauty of the modern day, that more and more people can actually embrace their creative side and make a living out of it, without fully relying on some singular authority somewhere above in the hierarchy. But nevertheless, there's still an echo of the previous years. And human self-identity is largely shaped by the previous generation's mentality or the previous customs. How many people do you know that are willing to just rebel against the current order of things, use their critical thinking to submit that critical thinking towards pursuit of freedom, maximum freedom, as in achieving your maximum genetic potential through acquisition of resources, through understanding how system works and how you can get resources, and through unlocking your full creative potential and leadership. So those traces of the previous days, they're still echoing in the modern people. And in women, it is perhaps more so than in men. Because, there are tribes somewhere in less developed countries, even I would say undeveloped countries, there are tribes in which women themselves, they perform genital mutilation on their daughters. Perhaps in a pursuit to protect them from the negative consequences, to ensure their survival in that system. But it's those women who inflict that suffering on their daughters with their hands. They went through that. And they inflict that on their daughters. And in the West, women still carry over some painful inheritance coming from the ages of patriarchy, coming from the ages in which birth of a daughter is not a desirable thing. Birth of a son is a desirable thing. And that motive is still visible. Such phenomena as pick-me, for example, is one of the echoes of that, if you analyze it. Let's see the chat real quick. I think we're done with the introduction. Edward Williams, who are you? Makes so much sense. I thought of evolving some other life would make sense. Edward Williams, I am a Tantra coach, Tantra therapist, and scientist also. GCA, hello. Clear introduction. Great. Speaking truth, who are you? I just replied. So, what does this painful inheritance constitute when we think about some Western world developed countries? As with this extreme example of female genital mutilation practice, it is the way for women to make sure that their daughter will survive, that their daughter will not be kicked out of the community that relies on the communal customs. They need to perform that. They think that they have to perform it such that their daughter can eat, can have somewhat of a future, in accordance, of course, to some ill idea that they have for that future. And this conservative mindset doesn't leave people many options, because conservative mindset often comes from specifically the perspective of extreme survival. That, in my opinion, what paves the path towards adoption of conservatism. Even in the environments where the need for the survival in that previous year's sense is irrelevant. But the habit, the idea of that survivalism, which also gives people sense of purpose, sense of meaning, some artificial ones, that is what reinforces the conservatism and the failure to be able to adopt some fresh ideas, fresh behaviors, step out, see what else is available. And in the modern world, it is still a preference. I feel like there is still a preference for being not a girl in some conventional sense. There is still a feeling that it's not safe to be a girl. It is not safe to relax as a girl. It's not safe to love your body as a girl, because the whole system is kind of an antagonist of female health, of female wellness. So there is a very deep-rooted hygienic motive to set women aside as if a man is a human, but a woman is kind of something else. It's not a human. She has her own separate domain. In that bizarre dichotomy, mystification, complete lack of understanding of female in general, like as she is, this complete misunderstanding. At the same time, the habit for utilitarian role of women in society, they create this internal misogyny, as in it's unsafe, it's inherently unsafe, it's inherently unpleasant to be born in a female body. It is inherently scary. And with the idea of how survival, pursuit of basic safety leads to propagation of conservatism, if we think about it this way, a mother can easily convey certain beliefs without perhaps even understanding them herself, that kind of carried her through life on a survival level. And when a woman is not pursuing self-governance, when a woman does not fully embody herself, when a woman doesn't grow to be a strong adult figure, and she gives birth from the state of a surviving child, a traumatized child who is incredibly terrified of life, this child becomes not necessarily a child. I remember someone in the live stream was giving me this comment that there is this sacred love between a parent and a child. No, sacred love is possible only when a mother is given a chance, was given a chance to rise to full parental, maternal role, when she can be a giver. In most cases, it doesn't happen, because most humans in general are deeply traumatized and are not capable of withstanding extra responsibility healthily. Moreover, women have also this internal conflict that something is off. Because I'm a woman, they birth a child, and the child, they try to functionalize it because they're not capable of treating a child as a offspring. The child will be placed in the positions of either a friend, or a substitution of a husband, or as a bitch who tries to steal my man, or this little young creature who will be competing with me, who I need to breastfeed. So the woman who was not given a chance, who did not embody herself, who did not come to this fully harmonious existence because of the previously inherited patterns, because of the previous knowledge of what it is to be a woman, to be a child, to be human in this world. She brings this child into the world with this wound. And instead of regarding a child as a child, we start playing very funny games. Imagine some like tribal woman, for example, without like some natural, let's turn off our analytical thinking. You look at the baby, you just birthed a baby. And in two parallel universes, let's say the same woman gives birth, when one universe gives birth to a man, to a boy, and in the other parallel universe she gives birth to a girl. And these identical women are looking at these babies. If she is a healthy, fully integrated human, she will not discern whether it's a boy or a girl. She will see that she will feel like she's in a parental role. Her life is fully taken care of. She is with the man. She birthed these children with the man that she likes and appreciates, and it's mutual, it's safe. I'm describing some, let's say, tantric family. Then she has a community, a world that is built in accordance to her vision as much as possible. She's strong and resilient enough. She's psychologically healthy and strong enough to be able to withstand spontaneity of the world. She's in total harmony with her body. She feels her body fully. She's connected with all aspects of her personality. She doesn't distinguish, oh, this is something good, this is something bad. Man is good, girl is bad. Something is disgusting about a woman, something is prohibited for a woman, and that's something that I need to hide or I need to avoid. I cannot integrate this. But this is good, this is how a good woman will behave. No, she is fully integrated. She is very happy, stable in the giver, in the leader. This woman in two parallel universes births boy, births a girl. This is just a child. And she feels like she's in the parental role. And she will, regardless of the gender, she knows the function of a parent. The function of a parent of a baby is to give them care, to feed them, to pamper them, to help them grow, to develop them. And now let's look at the opposite scenario. When a woman who has some conflict with her own femininity, who has conflict with her own nature, perhaps not even femininity, perhaps with her inner child. Perhaps as a child she was deeply traumatized and she developed concepts about it. And she identifies as a girl. Perhaps there is some link between her girlhood and being rejected in a certain way as a child. So then she starts seeing, okay, there are two babies. This one woman here just birth children. And now it suddenly starts making sense to her. This is the difference between two babies. There is nothing that differentiates two babies besides their genitals. Until the age of 3, they're totally neutral. But in the head of this traumatized lady, this is associated with a whole complex of knowledge of what it is to be a boy, what it is to what this boy will become. And this, when she looks at her daughter, she sees that this is a future woman. And in the eyes of this lady, these two scenarios are drastically different. She may see that, okay, let's see. I cannot breastfeed a woman. It's gross. I'm heterosexual. I'm not going to breastfeed a woman. This little bitch caused me to have stretch marks and the belly button. Nah. She's young. She's going to have happier childhood than me? Hell no. And my husband, he loves my daughter. He loves that girl. No, you know what? I'm going to rid you, my daughter, of this man. I'm not going to allow you to be loved because I wasn't. And then she looks at the boy and she's like, oh, this is a boy. This is a man who I can find the resource that I didn't get before. This is my own personal man that I own, and I can keep owning this man. This is such a good asset to have. I produced value because a boy is in my value system is more valuable than this cunt. No, this is a boy. I will love him with my entire heart. And this bitch, I'll tolerate her because the law obliges me to. But will I love this creature? Hell no. This, of course, doesn't cross mother's mind actively. It's not being brought into consciousness. But this is how it operates. And sometimes you can find in some flow of thought or in some flow of events, you can find it surfacing. You can find how these behaviors differ. Funny enough, neither a boy nor a girl have any advantage in this situation because both boy and the girl are supposed to be just babies. But with mother who inherited from her mother, she inherited the same thing, she puts on them burden that they cannot carry. A baby boy cannot be in place of a full-grown man. A baby girl cannot be burdened by mother's understanding of her sexuality, of her possible rivalry for other men. Children are not supposed to be burdened by that. And when they are, the boy will grow up exhausted from carrying this weight and will have problems later in life. And so will a girl. She will be likely hypersexualized. She will likely be subjected to all sorts of pervs who will be giving her advances, supporting this maternal projection. Or the girl will feel conflict, she will feel danger from her own sexuality. And she will not be able to integrate it. And this is why I call it painful inheritance, because this weight, if not realized in a timely fashion, may weigh on those children eternally. So this is why it is perhaps not fully correct to limit this conversation to mother versus daughter. But for the sake of also emphasizing this dichotomy in how we value, unconsciously perhaps, value and appreciate manhood over womanhood, this issue becomes a little bit more prominent, I think. And as a result, what happens? As a result, we see entire generations of women incredibly suppressed in their victimhood tyranny. They settle for victimhood because they don't know the way out of it. Their mother was conveying to them, on the one hand, the weight that they couldn't bear. They're tired. They become adults, incredibly exhausted without any resources. And moreover, incredibly terrified of the resources that they have. Because they were turned into a tool to fulfill mother's emotional needs, mother's psychological needs. They cannot live their own life unless they rebel. And they rebel hard if they come to that conclusion, if they want to get out of this painful inheritance. Hello, Chad. So, another stream of thought, is that those children may be not successful in their career because For obvious reason, they are exhausted. They were so exhausted as children to carry the burden that when they become adults, when the time comes, they feel like entering the field where they're the sole responsible people and need to actually take care of their life. Moreover, take care of further children starts appearing like a horror. Sexuality in that sense, a boy will develop. This is the type of boy that will develop whore Madonna complex, where there will be benevolent woman, a mother who is clean and pure, and a whore who I crave, who I want, who everybody wants, but she's filthy. And I will be abusing this woman. This will be that boy, will come to fruition. The girl will become a girl who will be doing everything to not be asexual, attractive, soft, embodied, flirtatious, light. She will have this internal defense because she saw that her mom was terrified or otherwise hyperemphasizing her sexuality before it even was formed. The girl may develop an infantile sexuality. She will see it as an important asset to trade. But will it be an embodied sexuality? No. Because how can you embody something that is inherently dangerous? Something that is a tool. The perception of sexuality in such sense develops and is distorted to not make it a source of pleasure. Like, this is the source of pleasure. This is how I can get more pleasure from life. But this is how I can get resources and something that I can trade for other things. And of course, if children are born and the generation continues, the children will be born to exact same system. And the trap here is that a lot of children suffer the most. The main source of pain there is relationships with that mother. They may feel like the mother is good as a source. The mother is so precious, I value her, I'm scared of her death even. But at the same time, I cannot be around that mother. It's incredibly toxic. I lose myself. I feel super weakened. But without my mother, for example, I cannot enjoy my life either. So a child feels trapped. They grow up into a trapped adult who cannot live freely. They always look at their life, they always weigh their decisions through the prism of their mom's perception. How will my mom think about it, feel about it? The whole life becomes a devotion, backwards devotion. So the trap that people feel and people actually fall for when they try to heal from this issue is that their healing is geared not towards them freeing themselves, but towards reconciling and improving relationships with their mom. And this is the target that I want to dig into today, because I really want to help people who come from dysfunctional upbringing to remove the dependence on this painful inheritance, such that you can live freely, such that you can change vector altogether. So let me read the chat and we will start. I love your outfit, thank you. I just finished this dress. It was totally different, but I changed it recently and I'm enjoying it myself. Thank you so much. Andre, congratulations. I think everybody does. Thank you, Kiva. So, when a child begins their attempts, or daughter begins her attempts to heal herself, she wants to seek approval. from her mom. She wants to win this love. She wants to take this resource that mom was not capable of giving. She wants to take this love that she thinks mom possesses. And she wants to heal, to build some space in which both of them can finally become one wholesome thing, in which they will be in this eternal harmony of acceptance, to get this glance of acceptance, permission to enjoy life, permission to live, not as a tool, not as a annoyance, not as something that is far less valuable than some dick that mom finds, this form of validation that often happens in such families. So they think that healing is something like this. I will find a way to reconnect with my mom and to receive that love and acceptance that I didn't receive. And that will give me the permission to live my life. And this is the major trap, because your mom gave you everything that she could. She can't give you anything more. And if you observe the system that you are living in, you will notice that there is nothing to take. You've gone through the cycles of trying to get something from that mom. She doesn't have it herself. This treasure goes far more generations, where women were not loved, where women were absolutely hated, objected, destroyed, when they had this internalized misogyny, when they could not enjoy a glimpse of their life, when they were developing those belief systems. Your mom doesn't have that because she never received it beforehand. So the first thing in healing is to acknowledge that there is nothing you can take. There is a whole chain of events, and if your mom never went through therapy to find resource in her, never went through therapy to become that big loving matriarch, to discover that big love inside, this is a pointless thing. If you never saw any steps taken by your mom to globally change the situation, it's just not going to happen. Because with age also, psyche becomes a little bit more rigid if a person doesn't introduce any novelty, if a person doesn't work on their brain development. So you're dealing with everything that was before you. This deficit of love, this enslavement, just physical inability to exhibit empathy towards yourself. An interesting paradox here will be also that in such families, because there is this trauma of this void inside, there is this void in every single human. Void being something that they cannot feel themselves, something that they cannot nurture themselves. There's void of expectation of that love. There's void of inability to connect with yourself. It's a paradox, but because the daughter comes from her mom, because daughter is descendant, is a product of her mom, this mom will not perceive this daughter separately from herself. And because she cannot love herself, she will not be able to love the daughter as the projection of herself that she cannot love. The daughter is born out of this void. Hence, this mother can very well love somebody else's kids. Oftentimes it would be a teacher. It would be a kindergarten teacher. It could be generations of teachers who are super loved by other kids, who love other children, but not their daughter, because this is, I produced this, how gross. This daughter comes from that void, from all of this multi-generational pain of what it is to be a woman, of what it is to be that child. This girl, blah. can trade it for a horse or something. These generations were conveying that there is a lack, that there is an inherent problem. And she births a daughter, and all of these programs, should she look at that, at those little genitals on this baby, those programs, they load up. And from that moment onward, this baby is not a human. This baby is a symbol. It's a symbol of this void. This is why this bond is very critical to break. It is hard, but it's very important to break this bond, because otherwise you will be developing the same void, which will be filled with a lot of garbage in your life. So, yeah, this woman carried this void. You know how, again, women, the worth of a woman. If she didn't birth a son, she's nothing. She's a liability. If she's not useful in the household, still, like, look at some countries like Kazakhstan, some traditional families in Kazakhstan. They have a tradition of when their son is marrying. In Kazakhstan, the daughter-in-law is a servant. She's expected to serve and not just help around the house. She is expected to do the full service. She is expected to specifically do not just work, but also work with very slave treatment, because she herself is a liability for that family. Hence, she needs to buy out her authority and any form of voice by this slave labor. Slave labor being not genuine help around the house, like co-maintaining household. No, it is absurd, ridiculous form of treatment, where tasks are generated out of nothing, where treatment is such that she never hears a kind word, and is usually mother-in-law who performs this transmission of this void, of this hatred onto the daughter-in-law, or into daughters in their family. How women are still in traditional societies, how women are being traded for animals, for cattle. There's this void that of inferiority, that I am no more than a liability. It runs so deep. And so it just gets bounced over and over and over and over. And even in the modern world, as I said in the beginning, there's still an echo of that. Women are still not free. To celebrate the birth of a daughter is to, first of all, get rid of this void. So if you are here right now and you're looking at the things to come, the best thing you can do for yourself is to get rid of this void. To be able to see yourself fully, to be able to live your life fully, to be able to be a leader in your life, to be able to enjoy every aspect of yourself, to be able to bring children who will be also living their life, as opposed to drowning in this insatiable void with understanding that there is something inherently wrong with them, because they came out of your own void. So there are both giver incentives to removing this void, and there are also very introspective gains from removing this void. Because if you are a product of a void, you cannot be embracing your sexuality, You cannot be embracing your talents. You cannot be embracing your power. Because what kicks in is that you're effectively chained to this mother. You cannot live well knowing that your mother suffers. You cannot live well knowing that your mother cannot. It will hurt. You cannot live when you know that your mom is in an abusive relationship. You can't. You're responsible for that. This is why I'm talking about breaking this bond. Primarily, and this is our target. Because again, as I said, there is a temptation to turn healing into the gift to this mother. Mother, look at me. I'm healing. I can handle anything that you have to say. I can handle everything that exists between us. I'm healed. Look at this. This gift will get swallowed in this void. This gift will be depreciated. It will be squished in the mud. Nobody needs it besides you. Because if your mom needed it, she would go and heal this void herself. But if you feel that there is a void that sucks you in, then this is your sign that the bond must be broken. So the void is a continuous cycle unless it's broken. Yes, unless we fill it with something, unless we work on it, unless we build a new understanding and feeling of ourselves, which is, in a sense, a challenging task. Hippocrates, hello. Andre? Father, on the other hand, he messed me up a bit, but I still have respect for him. Well, I hope you enjoy whatever you're doing. Have a nice day, Andre. Thank you. Hello from the UK, Paul. Hello. When we heal all of this nonsense, mistake, devote healing, to bettering, relationship with mom. Why is it a mistake and why there is a huge problem in it? When you have a motivation to heal, to restore relationships with your mom, this means that you're still chained. You're still chained to that void. It means that you're still trying to service that black hole. This means that you're still looking at your life through the eyes of your mother. This means that you're letting that monster that possessed your mom to possess your life. You're still servicing that. And when you switch focus from devoting it to those, from like having those hopes that how good our relationships will become, how comfortable for once it will be to communicate with my mom without any problems and mutual toxicity. When you have that focus of devotion, as I said, you will be dropping your self-esteem because you're going to be contributing your vital forces, your intelligence, your precious time to the system that only craves your energy. This is a very dumb investment. And as a result, it will show you that you have zero self-esteem. Not show you, it will create you zero self-esteem. It will destroy it completely. Because when we're doing something that is pointless, that is very high effort and very low reward, this is when our self-esteem tanks. That's why people, for example, who work certain very mediocre jobs, mediocre for their level of potential, their level of intelligence, who settle for mediocre jobs, not pursuing higher challenges, they will feel deeply annoyed. They will feel deeply insecure after exercising these practices for overextended periods of time. This is why we need to use a lot of discernment where we're devoting this healing. What is the vector of healing? Do I want to bring that gift to my mom? Again. Or do I want to just live my life, to learn to live my life? And with this in mind, let me see the chat. Yes, monsters exist. Yes, they do. It's weird that I'm American, I'm attracted to you. What's American? I mean, America is literally just a bunch of immigrants from all over Europe, and I am from European continent. In my worldly opinion, sense that you're a severely depressed lady. You need a guy like me to bring you out of your trauma. Iraq. Good thing not Iraq. Let's remove. No, it's just weird that you felt you had to ask that. Bring on the troll. Okay, that will not be a difficult bond to break, but also to heal from many, I believe. It is an incredibly, incredibly difficult bond to break, because you're accustomed to being a source for your mom. You're accustomed to saving your mom. You're accustomed to helping your mom. And suddenly you need to leave her behind. And the truth is that a lot of people, they have a myth of a mom. We have Enrique, hello. Nice to see you back. This mistake of devoting this healing to relationships with mom comes from a glorified role of a mother. That mother, in our imagination, is something super insanely epic, something of ultimate good, something that is incredibly wonderful and miraculous. When in reality, mothers are a spectrum. Mothers can exhibit multitude of behaviors, and and despite the fact that it may feel blasphemous to think poorly of your mom, it is one of the major steps in healing, to perform this blasphemy. And the mother that exists in your naive imagination, mother that exists in some glorified culture, and on the paintings, this sacrifice and so on, how mothers are sacrificing and doing all of these things. Sacrifice is a form of abuse. Sacrifice is not something that's glorified. Sacrifice is the strongest manipulation tool of enslavement. There is oftentimes mothers are highly neglectful. Mothers can be highly abusive. Mothers can be psychotic. Mothers can be incredibly hurt and broken. So in your imagination, because you're a child, you have an unconditional love to your mom. You see mom through the lens of your imagination, and that's where you are enslaved by that, because you imagine something about your mom, and you are, because of that, you want to free mom from the possession of this demon that made her angry, that sometimes creates this toxicity in your relationships. But it is impossible to do. And your mom might as well adopt that demon. There are so many people who willfully and willingly adopt the demons. They fuse with them. They use them as form of survival as well. Just as a mother who performs FGM procedure on her daughter, she is a demon. She is inflicting a super traumatic, super painful thing, sadistic thing on her daughter. She does it because she fused with the demon being the order that everyone is accepting automatically, instead of thinking about what to do with it. Yes, that mother is hurt, but it doesn't mean that this mother is a holy Madonna. This mother is a human who chooses which demons to fuse with. And this is something where you may find liberation to perform this blasphemous act of expressing all of the aggression, all of the thoughts that you accumulated over the years. Because the bond that you have with your mother, this chain, is that little child, this little cute child that you see you need to care for in your mom. But then there is this huge demon that possessed this child. this void combined with all of the survival adaptations. For why did your mom abandon you? Why did your mom tell you that go to the orphanage if you don't like my boyfriend? Get out of here. I'm not going to care for you if you don't like my boyfriend. This is adaptation. Your mom doesn't know how to survive without a masculine figure, for example, in her life. She doesn't know how to do it. So it fuels this demon. Your mom fuses with it. And you see this little thing here, and you want to bring this devotion to this child. You want to bring this devotion to this purity. But your mom has fused with those demons. She chose it. This thing, you cannot rip it off. You cannot purify your mom with any of your efforts. You cannot extract this and turn it into treasure. You cannot create healthy conditions for her to grow. You cannot create this Garden of Eden, devolve this Garden of Eden that you're bringing to her and make her happy. You will not. You'll not be able to do that. She fused with the demons. She chose to. How do you justify what you're thinking? What do you mean? Mom's here in the room. Hunter, thank you so much for your contribution. She fused with them. You yourself have a lot of things to solve in life. If you keep living backwards like this, always looking at your mom, at all the demons that she's possessed with, thinking how to find proper words, how to communicate, how to live your life such that everybody around is happy, you're not going to live life. This is the main source of enslavement for you if you are coming from this bond with a parent. This is literally becomes your enslavement. And understanding that your mom is fused with demons will help you to perform this blasphemy. Let's spell blasphemy here. The practice here is to get rid of all anger, all aggression, all concepts, all impressions that mom fused with demons. Stop targeting mom. Candace, that's exactly it. You're trying to advocate for the devil. That's what I'm saying. That's why it feels blasphemous. Because whatever you saw in your mom translates also in the scenes that you're seeing outside of you. You start seeing so many things that frustrate you. For example, you start noticing people who live in similar scenarios. You start seeing how the world feels from this perspective. This situation that you saw growing up when the only source of safety was unsafe, when the only source of safety was fused with demons, when the only source of safety that you had created the conditions in which you needed to basically feel enslaved, and you were never seen, in which your perception of yours was distorted, in which you were seen as anything but yourself, in which you were a tool, in which you were rivalry, in which you were undesired, bad, liar, and so on and so forth. All of that you need to purge out of yourself. And for this, the practice, the only thing that you can do in that sense, is to conduct sessions in which You're going in the car, you're going in the forest, you're going anywhere, and you need to say everything. You need to say everything out loud, with all of the emotions, with all of the ideas, imagining all of the people that you want to say it to, for everything that you've gone through, for the lack of safety, for the toxicity, for the stupidity, for uncertainty, for danger, for cruelty that you've undergone because of that void. It's a very important step to perform. And in this rage, blasphemy, rage, in this rage practice, in which you are going to imagine in front of you everything and everyone who symbolizes this bond with your mom fused with demons, you're going to express all of that. And the magic here will be, when you go through this very liberating process, you are going to access your own shadow, and you are going to access your own power, if you are willing to go through fully. Let me see the chat. I grew up in this toxic dynamic. Fortunately, this year I'm breaking the chains of these relationships. Awesome, Zabula. Congratulations on that. So what if he made a situation where it was saved? Edward, thank you so much. Can I ask you something? Your theory, it seems to make sense. What if I tell you about theory that doesn't make sense? I don't know. Kiva, good. Do babies go to heaven when they die? No, babies go to the graves when they die. In the soil, and they're eaten by worms. Or they go through cremation and become ashes. So in this blasphemy session, say everything. And when you perform this practice of blasphemous thing, of this expression of all the hatred that was stored in you from observing this void, observing this possession with demons, from this enslavement, see what things surface. Observe where you're going, where you're coming from, what are you saying. Observe what are your words. In this thing, you will be able to see the void. This is why this blasphemy process is so important to conduct, without any restraints. An important note here is that why it feels blasphemous is because sometimes you may want to say things that are inappropriate. You may want to say things that are associated with wishes, with, with curses. And when you do this, one of the hygienic trick for this blasphemy thing, you may make a contract with yourself that everything I say is just my fantasy, that everything I say is just my words. They don't hold any, they don't do anything to anyone. Or you can imagine that you are attacking specifically the demons that your mom is fused with. So this is one important preparational step, such that you don't have any superstitions revolving that. Because sometimes people may say something when they stop themselves. For example, they formulate some, death wish or something, and this blasphemous hatred expression, and then, for example, the person that they thought of dies, and they start thinking that they inflicted that, but that's not true. That's doesn't do anything. Your words don't do anything. We live in the world of spontaneity. So for this blasphemy, make this agreement with yourself that everything that you are saying is not a spell. It is just an expression of what's already there. You are expressing all of your thoughts in this verbal form, and you are allowing your shadow to come. You are allowing your mind to access your own void. This is the goal of this blasphemy, because everything this man was doing was creating the void. So yell it, roar it, stamp it, dance it, cry it out, scream it, mourn it, anything it takes to express all of the hurt, all of the upset and frustration that you have. How they're idiots, how they're weak-minded, how they're suffering, abject animals, stupid, gross, primitive. All of these things, express them. Whatever comes to your mind in this session, whatever scenes load up, you will notice when you conduct this blasphemous thing to break down this authority, to knock down this chain that held you all these years. See what will come out of you. See what scenes upset you the most. See this. What are they? What are these people? Who's coming? And why they hurt you so much? Why their existence is so hurtful? What is that flaw? What is that conflict that's unresolved? What is that pain, specific thing that sits on you, that doesn't let you live free, that always has some hook, that always has some trigger in you? What exactly is that? This is why we perform very unleashed blasphemy when we are in full emotional outrage, because full emotional outrage allows us to knock down our rational, analytical. So basically, through this thing, you're going to perform the connection with your very authentic, very unconscious self that is living chained to that mother, chained to this demon, this void, that fuels this void. So you're going to analyze that afterwards. But in the moment, full emotional freedom. Then, with blasphemy, remember we were talking about aggression practices in general as therapeutic tool. With aggression sessions, we are maximizing the impact. This is where another tool here is bring to absurdity. Bring it to absurdity. When it's so gross, when it's so hilarious to watch, when you see this, I don't know, like how your mom just kicked you out of the house to copulate with her drunk boyfriend who just beat her up yesterday. How they feel this triumph of this demonic, this dirty existence that you're observing as a child. How demonic, how fucking filthy it is. How ridiculous. To what ridiculous degree love didn't notice this house. How your home is to such extent devoid of love, ability to love, that this is what they chose. This is what they do. Your mom is mourning there with this alcoholic, humping her, and she yells at you, "Go out, ha!" Imagine that circus of life. Imagine that triumph of human filth. How they're doing all that. Get yourself aroused. Get your demons up to the extent that you would want to enjoy the absurdity of it so much until you realize how they are punishing themselves. How they're punishing themselves. Grow beyond that. Be this filmmaker. Do this thing. how phenomenal it is. Also imagine you as a victim there, as a child. Imagine that the rain erupts. So you're standing there in the rain, barefoot, while your mom is experiencing orgasm with that alcoholic. Phenomenal, phenomenal, glory, art house movie. That's such a great scene to get your emotions pumping so high. Whatever scenario played in your life, it can be anything. Recently received a comment from a lady who was very innocent teenager, but her mom was calling her a whore and was trying to sexualize her and was always accusing her at being a temptress and going and doing obscene things. So that, imagine how your mom agrees with some teacher in school, some male teacher in school, and that mom goes and asks this teacher to molest you, and how they are two accomplices, and that teacher molests you, and your mom catches you doing that, and she accuses you in that disgraceful behavior. Imagine that, how phenomenally disgusting and terrible it is. And get your shadow this triumph out. Then there could be a scene in which a girl, one of the stories also, how a girl really loved ballet and her mom put her in ballet school, and when she got into the school and was loving that, she told her daughter that she will be paying her the entire life for that sacrifice that the mom made by putting her in that ballet school. And this mom was not allowing this daughter to live. This mom was prohibiting her to grow. She was seeing when she would go to this ballet class, she would go and rudely pull the leotard down. She hated that daughter was forming into a woman. She would slap her genitals because she wanted to punish that growing body. And at the same time, how evil this mom felt, how much evil satisfaction there is to ask your daughter to pay back every single expense for her childhood. How amazing it was to go to that girl's performance and applaud to the men who gave her flowers for how beautiful the flowers are, and not say a word about the peak performance of daughter for whom it was the entire life. It was her life, it was her art. But mother complimented men for the choice of flowers that they brought to that performance, and demanded that this daughter will be buying out her freedom her entire life. What a phenomenal thing. Or then also, every mother who was not divorcing the guys who were beating them up to blood, how she was staying with the husband who was telling a 5-year-old daughter when he was drunk, he beat up the mom with his shoes, brought her out the apartment, and grabbed the knife and laughingly was telling the daughter, "How do you think? Should we just, huh?" Psychopath, and mom was choosing that every day. How phenomenal. Every story like this can be a fucking movie. These were things from life, but we can bring them so much more. And in this way, you will realize that there is no life. There is no love in it. There is only filth. There is filth. There is demonic existence, and no love could exist there. Let it out. See what it is in you. See this triumph. Free yourself from this complex, then you can save any of that. There is no human who will have enough love to fix any of these people. What you can do The only thing you can do is to free yourself, to save yourself from these demonic chains, from this just space of madness, this electrified pursuit of this suffering against even any animalistic nature. This victimhood, this multi-generational victimhood of women who cannot self-govern, who cannot take rule of their life, who just can't. They decided that it's safer to play with the demons. It's safer to fuse with the demons, and it's safer to birth those children and torture them in the name of something, some authority that they elected, while already having a choice. But they elected to fuse with the demons. This is why this blasphemy be the phenomenal liberation, where you will breathe in the idea that I have nothing to do with this. It's their art house movie. It's their psychological thriller. Kiva, thank you. Edward Williams, my name is Nastya. So the extremity of the circumstance tap into the anger of the discrepancies between toxic dynamic in general. Yes, you need to bring it to the peak. Bring it to the peak. Chunky Cat, she's raw. Humans can be vile, such is human nature. We must never ignore these sides, but face them as much as we face the beauty of it. That's the next step. Edward's very high appraisal, thank you. So, felt every word through the screen. Thank you, Kiva. Very good. Nice. Hello, good afternoon. What's today's topic? Definitely not glad. Mother versus daughter. Painful inheritance. So what do you extract from that when you feel that, when you watch the scene, how your mom is that, and then the next day she receives this mark of glorified victim from her abuser, who beats her, drinks and beats her. When you look at that, what happens in you? You're on the one hand, you're seeing that it's their movie, it's their absurdity, it's to such extent absurd that I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it. And at the same time, what you extract from it is your own rebellion against that. You start feeling that. How disgusting it is, in principle, to be chained to all of that. You will realize your own enslavement to that system when you watch your mom being a slave to that. You will realize through amplification of grossness of it, you will extract that how disgusting it is for you to choose to be chained to that system. Every single day, you're doing the same exact thing. Every single day, you're taking a piece of yours and you're throwing it in the bloody bucket with those guts, with this blood, with your vitality. You're throwing a part of yourself into this bloody bucket that those demons will munch on. They will be insatiably munching that. And you are choosing that every single day. Every single time you're going and spoon feeding your mom with some attempts, with those naive, silly attempts of that child in the rain who just watched this horror. You're spoon feeding this, when in reality, because for you, you know, this like complex of a hero who will save this nonsense. For you it feels like it's a spoon feeding, perhaps. Why? I have much more resource. Mommy, I can bring you much more. I will bring you my entire self. Hell no. You will feel from this perspective that there will be no more sweat or blood put into that bloody bucket. None. Never. It's just so pointless. It's so pointless. Make yourself huge in that visualization. And step on it. Squish them like bugs. Crush that. And earn your freedom. Earn your freedom. Without any expectations anymore. When you watch it, when you watch this amplitude, when you yell it, what are you doing, people? What are you doing, people? Do you not have capacity to love? Do you not have any desire to live well? You want to live in this dirt and mud. Think where you are choosing to live in dirt and mud, where you are choosing to not love yourself, where you are choosing to not love your life, when you are choosing to work on things and donate your blood and guts and sweat to something that makes no sense to what you truly believe in. Allow yourself to actually live your path. Allow yourself to go on your course. Squish them and squish that in you. By doing that, you are killing this thing in you. You're letting it out to play this symphony and to turn it into a manifest of that now. I am mindful about my own self-betrayal when I'm doing this thing. When I'm doing this thing, to spoon feed this grossness with my attention, with my mind, with my energy, with my love, pointlessly, like a slave. Like that guy in the myth who was pushing the rock up the mountain to then have it drop down and then begin over. And that is where liberation is found. This is how you break that chain. Because you are chained not only to your mom, you're chained to everything that image translated into you. You're chained to that need to do this to them. Pointlessly. And when you realize that something is pointless, something is to such extent pointless and absurd, you cannot unsee it. And what can you do? It will be your ultimate permission to just live your life. When you get it all out, breathe in this feeling that this is mine, and only mine. I already had to break off dysfunctional codependency of my crazy mother, Chad said. They don't want the offering, they want your life and their written script. Exactly, which that's the analogy, that's what I graphically depict as the bucket with guts and blood. This is what it is. This is a sacrifice beyond what you can offer. This is one of the topics I just want to listen to. I have no questions. Who the F are you? I'm nice. I'm Tantra coach, Tantra therapist. This is Brilliant Teaching, Zabula. Thank you so much. Wow, beautiful. Look like a fresh rose. Jared Bugs is very... I don't know which point you rose it during, but this is quite an epic thing. Oh shit, Yusuf, the exact thing I was saying. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. You're so political, like what you have to say. I have to say some other things. You've been quiet this whole time. Sure. I want to meet up with you. I think we need to be great at what you say is one thing, doing it on the other. Sure. It's easier to desensitize, and exactly, that's the problem. And then we have people who desensitized, they do substances. This is what people do. They do self-destruction. If you don't do this, if you don't break the chain, you're going to direct all of this inside of you, because you're going to hate it all along. All along, you will be hating that inside of you. When you're hating something inside of you, you are going to be doing self-destruction procedures. You are going to be trying to, it could be anorexia, something like that. It could be substances. It can be so many different things. It can be any form of psychosomatic representations from that script inside of sabotaging, some self-inflicted pain. It will be that, because the problem, the demon is inside. When the demon is inside, there is a desire to attack it. There is a desire to put it, to just like do something to yourself. That's what people are desensitizing from. Excuse me, please. But when you get it out, this is when you give it back to the environment. This is when you are not burdening yourself anymore. I haven't seen my mother since September 1st, 2005. Sad face. Nastia speaks with passion, and that's why we love her. Thank you, Enrique, but I really hope that you will be able to sleep. Hi, what are you talking about? I want to be a part of it. Mother versus daughter, painful inheritance. How to start the therapy of that. Who are you? Very inspiring. Thank you, Edward. I've never heard anyone like you. I have a couple of jokes and free download YouTube. Whew. So now that we broke that chain, we saw the system for what it really is, and that your sacrifices will never bring you anywhere. And you inhale this decision and willingness and ability, vision for how to live your own life. What happens next? The work is not done here. Actually, if people don't express this in very extreme way, what will happen is that likely replay of the scenarios. So that's what usually happens, you know, when people say that I don't want to be like my mom. I do everything to not be like my mom. And they end up being like their mom in some other, for example, domain. But they still, when there is a prism, the danger of that in general is that this is your outlook on life, let's say. This is your thing. But there is your mom sitting. And so everything that you receive, all information that you receive from the world is being distorted. So your understanding of life is being distorted through this little thing sitting here. Whether you like it or not, whether it vibes with you or not, if you are receiving this through, not through the prism of what makes sense, what I want, what common sense tells me, what's rational to do, what's smart to do, even if you say that, no, I will be not like my mom, or I will be like my mom, there is still this prism of mom, not like my mom. as if the world has only two modes of operation. This is the danger here. This is the danger of not expressing it, not getting rid of emotional component, and not formulating your own path. When you say that I don't want to be like my mom, this is path number 1. Then I want to be like my mom, this is path number 2. You're regarding them as the ultimate good and ultimate bad, and that's why you cannot extract the tools to solving your problems, to actually living your life. This is where it's important to ditch this affiliation as well. There's a saying in commonality that the thing people run from, they usually manifest. I've seen it. Yeah, but it happens through this attitude, especially when you don't want something, you create a ton of tension. This thing reduces tension around the topic. So you stop carrying the emotional load, because when you have the emotional load, that is that prism. I don't want that. I don't want to be like my mom. I want to be like my mom. The world converges into this one tunnel, one stream. When you are always metering it, like, as for example, you have this golden standard, like this is golden standard. I'm holding on to it. Golden standard may be negative, not like this, or like this. It devoids you of willingness and of development in these many directions, because you're always focused on this one thing. But the life may require you to do this, many adaptations all along. But you're only seeing this. This is not like my mom. So your attention span does not allow you to go anywhere else, which is in accordance to the reason, which is in accordance to your aspirations, which is in accordance to what your body wants. I just don't want that. That's the problem. What the F are you talking about? Ask Remy. This is on the board. The fusion that you see, it's not clear. Let's see. If you don't have the ability and the willingness, what's the point of everything? You come over here and try to fight your best, but in the end of the day, you're probably going to rest. This is why this thing, that idea of that bad mom, even just like feeling that, oh, she is so full, is going to create a blockage in your mind. That's why we need to do this blasphemy, to clear it out once and forever. Maybe you will need several sessions of that. Maybe this path might be long. Nothing to be worried about it. But this is something to be performed with full rage, with full emotional delivery, with full strength, with everything that comes to your mind, everything that your body wants to express in that moment. My father died when I was 12, so it was a weird dynamic, which was commonality with my experience, which sounds so odd because my father was abusive. She would shame me for masculine side during childhood. Yes, this can happen either through active shaming or through, even if your father is abusive, your mom is like, good victim. She's accomplice of your father, of course, but she's a good victim. And you are a boy. Then she may show that, look at this man. He is so unsafe. We really need him, but he's so dangerous, and you're a boy, God forbid you will become like him. This is what's translated. So you look at this masculine figure and you're like, oh, what to do? Am I going to be like in this conflict my entire life now? Or what? Like, how do I identify? What is he being loved for? Like, I don't get it. What's happening? It's dangerous to become a man. Being a man inflicts suffering on a woman, but I'm a man. And so when you have this idea that not be like my father or be like my father, that's the same thing when we're not looking at who we are, what makes sense, what skills make sense to develop, what personality traits makes sense to grow, what other role models we can look into, and so on. What, like, literally You lose touch with that because it's linked in your brain with survival. It's linked in your brain with immediate threat and danger, which obviously is a priority for the body, priority for the brain to analyze. Okay, so there are no. So this is gender identification with the gender. See, I am a Tantra coach, Tantra therapist, bachelor's in physics and PhD in engineering. So now you've unchained yourself. Now you've broken this bond in that session. You've identified what the main conflict that you have. For example, it can be that you're devoid of love, you're immature, you're incapable of doing sensible things, you're doing dumb shit, and so on and so forth. Whatever you wanted to yell at your mother, at your father in that circumstance. Whatever you yelled, in most repetitive fashion. Can you talk to yourself now? Why is that the major conflict? What about you are prohibiting to yourself that you could now perform reclamation of? It can be for a girl, it can be my sense of safety, embodiment, sexuality, my own like inherent sexuality, not performative, not portrayed. Like my mom was, for example, pushing on me. Not on me, I'm just giving an example. Can I claim my path? Can, instead of suffering, for example, your parents were suffering in their job, they were living dumb life of suffering. Where are you suffering right now? You yell that passionately. Say it to yourself. Where are you right now not allowing yourself joy and happiness? Where? Where you are right now not allowing yourself love and acceptance? Where are you right now not feeling yourself effectively recreating the same scenario in some other form, for example? So these questions you need to ask after you perform this observation session. What was the most triggering thing? And bring to absurdity that what you were yelling to the scene. Reflect on that. Eximan. Fifth Ribadra, thank you so much. So this is already the follow-up homework there. Cry it out, perhaps you will think of something. This blasphemy, by the way, will start turning your imagination. Why I'm such a firm advocate for this blasphemous aggression session is because this thing will turn your brain to work in miraculous ways. When you crank it up, you will start seeing the exact scenarios eventually. As you're working through this thing, you will start inducing the scenarios in your mind that were the core things, where the core problem was. Your memory will surface things that in which you felt the most profound experience of that betrayal, this parental betrayal, of this feeling when your personality was erased, when you lost the trust, when you lost the safety, when something about you was distorted. This is why it's a beautiful practice as well, because that's what activates your brain to bring this up. And then you sit with whatever comes to your mind as that key memory that is fully and most strongly representative of that pain that you had, that scenario. In that scenario, connect with yourself there. What lesson you learned? What limitation did you learn in that scenario? What were you shown there? How did your body feel there? And how does that scene correlate with the peak conflict that you experienced during this session? So that will be a follow-up work here. And then again, the safety, if you tend to have OCD, if you tend to have ritualistic magical thinking, then just agree with yourself that everything you say is not a curse, it's just nothing. It's some nonsense language and whatnot, such that you can be fully expressive when you say everything that's stored there. Let me take a sip. So, let's now go through questions, case studies, and we'll do more interactive thing. It was extraordinarily long introduction today. And yesterday, actually, what happened, I skipped the live stream yesterday because I was going through this thing. Oh, it pushed me off the deep end, to be honest. It was absolutely crazy because that's when I'm a big proponent, perhaps, of some form of eugenics, of mindful reproduction, which unfortunately is utopia. Because for many people, production of children is regarded as a tool, as some absolutely functional utilitarian thing. They regard children like slaves who need another slave worker in the field, who are solving the problem of rabbits and wolves or rabbits and cabbage, to calculate how to ration their crops and how to increase the gains of the field, given that so many children are gone due to whatever plague they may have. So that's this utilitarian attitude of people towards childbearing is a little bit disheartening and often leads to these phenomena. People forget that they're birthing not an asset, they're birthing a human. And that human has to live afterwards. And the goal of parental work is ideally to raise a person who is free, who is healthy, and independent, as opposed to raising a human who is enslaved, never accesses their potential, doesn't know who they are, doesn't feel who they are, and cannot live a complete, healthy life. But that's the result of parenthood that is coming from immature people who regard children nowadays. It's not working in the field like slaves, but it is to fulfill some psychological void, to buy out some status, to buy out safety, to gain partnership, intimacy, to gain sense of power over something, to find meaning in life. That's what happens. But conceptually, it's no different. You're born not as a human, you're born as a function. By a person with a void who will raise you to have a void, by a person who is haunted by demons, for you to be haunted by demons. So questions, concerns, and case studies. Let's go interactive now. Any topics are welcome. I understand that today was quite difficult thing to go through emotionally. So if you have something fun and cheerful or something on different subject that can be relevant for Tantra work, let's discuss. while you're guys thinking, the important thing here in this healing, in this freeing, on the path of self-governance, this unchained life, is of course also physical work. Because connecting with your body, feeling, also detaching from the idea that you are some inferior tool for somebody else's fulfillment in life. Detaching from that and, for example, birthing the idea and adopting the idea that your body is for pleasure, that your body is for love, that your body is for pleasure. Accepting that idea in place of the idea that you are a tool and your body is a tool is another important healing milestone there. And we discussed it before. No need to feel any guilt, no need to feel any forgiveness, all of this manipulative stuff at that point in healing. It is always going to be difficult to watch people living in struggle systems and suffering systems, watching people inflicting suffering on themselves. It is going to be always hard to watch. But if you are free, you are going to always have an alternative to sinking in that thing. And the general observation that I made was that if certain thing triggers you in the world very, very strongly, like out of proportion, very strongly triggers you, this means that you have a void for it. And so this practice allows to, this work, it allows to remove the, oh, I was missing some chat. It allows you to figure out what sits there. Why is this void conformal with that issue inside of you? You are going to be able to fill it with something that's more coherent with you. I just love how passionate you get with your lessons, Enrique. Thank you so much. Chunky Cat, this topic is considered more or less taboo in the US since it opens up wounds and people tend to suppress. Very good note, Chunky Cat. I agree with you. It is everywhere in the cultures. It is a taboo. Especially the more traditional cultures become, the more people are instructed to worship their parents no matter what they do. And that leads to propagation of this tradition. And so that becomes an instrument of oppression. There is a huge culture that's so heartbreaking of glorifying, of exploiting child's love towards mom. Because child's love is always unconditional. Mother's love, in turn, may never happen. For child, it's survival to be attached to the mother. For mother, it's an option to love their child. And that's super utilized in the pop culture. In Russia, there are cartoons that are so heartbreaking. It's insane to watch that. We have a cartoon that's called Mother for a Mammoth, about little mammoth who survived, who was encapsulated in ice during the ice age, and then he melted and woke up in Soviet Union. And so people discovered this little mammoth, and he was just crying, searching for his mom. And so they started looking for what to do, Soviet discoverers, and they found him mom in the zoo. They basically made an elephant adopt this mammoth. And the song there is so insanely heartbreaking. But then also the topic of maternal rivalry, maternal envy, how mother can straight envy the daughter, prohibiting her to develop. These scenarios I saw so much. Women who did not embody their sexuality or in conflict with sexuality, who are with infantile sexuality, they tend to create distorted relationships with sexuality in their girls, in their daughters, where it is very scary. How can I be sexual, adult, beautiful woman when my mom doesn't do that? How can I be loved, cherished, worshipped by my man when my mom, the entire life, suffered with some, who knows what. And I watched her going through that. How can I embody all that? My mom will suffer. For my mom, it will be unbearable if I'm better than my mom. She won't be able to handle that if I live better than my mom. How can I become wealthy? How can I become happy? How can I become desired? How can I become desiring? Beautiful, taken care of. How can I dare when my poor mom is going to suffer from that? That's another thing where this chain has to be broken. Jared. A male loneliness epidemic joined the chat today. Okay. Kiva is reviewing questions. Sure. You should look up the movie Mommy Dearest. It's a movie about how mother drives her daughter nuts. There's several movies about that, I think, too. I think Pianist and Black Swan is a good example, too. I'm actually seeing my niece have the same dynamic with my narc sister. She's copying her now and becoming very rude. Religion sometimes uses the same tactics, yes. Some moms try to keep you infantile so they can keep being mommy, all while being passive-aggressively abusive. This has been called the devouring mother. Yeah, it can be. On the surface, it can be very kind, very nice. In reality, you are a resource. You are not a human. You are a resource. And should she lose this resource, she'll just be, how we usually visualize it, loss of support. Male loneliness. I'm deleting male loneliness epidemic, guys. And exactly. Sometimes the only way you deal with them is through radical honesty. Even if it hurts them, you have to hold your boundaries. Zibul, it's also you need to assess in those moments. You need to assess the reasonability of this approach, because radical honesty, you need to understand who you are talking to. Who you are talking to. You need to be very clear about that. You're talking about your imaginary idea of what it should be, what feedback it should bring. Or are you talking to a person, or are you talking to an actual person as they are? That's where radical honesty approach may not be productive, because who are you talking to? You may be talking to the wall with your radical honesty. It may hurt you even more if you exercise that. The best thing to do is to understand that it's impossible to communicate. There's no language will be understood sometimes. And paradox, as I mentioned, remember in the beginning I said that it may be only between you and your mom that this distortion exists. Because you came from a void. You came from such a dark place in her that for her to dive in it is painful. So there is always this sliver between you. There will never be communication. That's the thing. So you have mom and doesn't matter which gender, I guess. You came from a void. So the mom sees something that came from her void. It's incredibly scary. That generates the source of toxicity. That's why there is always going to be this sliver. Whatever you're talking, you're trying to self-actualize. You're trying to be a human here. But you're void. You are something that you are in her eyes. She sees the void. Or whatever it represents. Some pain, whatever it is. She sees the void, and you're like, hey, I'm human, I'm here, see me, please. With your radical honesty, with your emotions, with your thoughts. Nah, everything you say will be used against you, usually. And that will be only feeding this void. What happens if you order a... Okay. No questions from Kiva. Good. Enrique, I don't know why do you... What insinuated that I need to feel any better? I feel quite good, thank you. You wanna... I have spermatoxicosis here going on. Let me clean up the comments. Instead of my mother supporting me, she would actually cry when I was a kid. So this was definitely a significance to feeling unsafe, as well as abusive father on the other side. I say it all in love. You don't have to. You don't have to say it all in love. I mean, it's for your own sake, but it feels like, again, prohibition to... It's like blasphemous to talk about these things with full openness, with feelings that you actually have. It's incredibly difficult for a child, because you're speaking kind of from the role of a child in that sense. It's incredibly difficult for a child to carry this burden. You're not supposed to. But you are forced to for survival. And that's what creates this prohibition to just let it go. Just dump these rocks off your back. So it's important to reflect on that. Whether you are carrying the emotions, whether you are prohibiting yourself something that your psyche actually wants, and it will want the freedom and play. And in place of that, you are trying to play it safe. I want to be safe. And for this safety, I need to be good. I need to be a commodity. I need to keep being a commodity. Well, I confront, but then share that I still have love and care. But again, you're talking to the wall. It's not necessarily like, what are you pursuing? That's, again, this mistake, this critical mistake. That's the critical mistake, to try to keep bringing something there. The critical mistake. It's delirious. Because you're imagining that it will lead to something, you have some projected idea of the outcome, how once you will find that word, you will find that magical spell that will suddenly dissolve the decades of exercised system in somebody else's life. That's very ambitious. That's very ambitious. All of that energy locate to where you actually can make contribution. This much of result. It won't though, because it's the same hollowness every time. Yes, it won't. But all of that energy, break the chain, let aggression go, and whoop, on your own path, on your own path. How can I enjoy life? What can I do? How can I have fun? How can I make my money? How can I have super pleasure and like intimacy? How can I have super cool relationships that will be joyful and productive? How can I create something fun? All of that energy there. What's going on today, guys? Why is everyone horny on Wednesday? I just know that if I don't balance the books, then there will be a triangulation, so it's careful dynamics. I mean, if you are very aware of that, then yeah. The trick with maintaining communication, if you feel powerful enough to not feel any weak inside of you during communication, then it's probably okay to keep some diplomatic relationships. When you build the separate infrastructure for yourself, such that you are not feeding that system, you're already feeding this system that relies on you, that you receive feedback from. Remember how we're drawing this thing. Remember when we had dysfunctional systems, and then dysfunctional system is feeding off the treasure, which is energy, time, resources of the members of the system. Whoop. Why did it not stop? I have a reminder alarm, sorry guys. So there's this dysfunctional system, this monster, that feeds off the treasures of every participant. And every participant gets something here. There is some gain in the system for them, perceived gain. That's why they're not withdrawing. Otherwise, there would be no fools to keep running the systems that just pumps energy for no reason at all. So they're getting something from it. So if your treasure is already in some other system, if you already withdrew yourself, and you can feel and be autonomous and use your treasure, you discovered it and it works for something, it actually shines and produces something, then it's okay to find some, it's possible to find some diplomatic exchange. But if you're still having some feelings with the system, an illusion that there's some benefit that you may get from this system, then it will be sucking you back in. That's where the danger lies. That's why it's so important to withdraw your treasure and locate it to some other system that you design in accordance to your value system, in accordance to your desires. I see that you're mesmerized with your words. Thank you. My sister just uses her kids now because she can't deal with a confrontation. Inheritance. I bet you smell like flowers. No, I actually smell not like flowers. I smell like L'Occitane Eau de Beau on most days. I like woody things as opposed to flowery things. Although there are many flowers. Lavender, for example, would be good as well, but it's also more woody flower than flowery flower. Boom, 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 boom. How was you with your mom? Electric aura. It was crazy, crazy. Finally found. Some beef liver. Okay, good. With my mom, I mean, it's the hardest relationship I've ever had in my life, to be honest. I was very happy that my dad gave me the imprint when I was little, so I had something to default to my original character, because my dad was very involved emotionally and very playful with me, and he was a very important shield in me. But yeah, with my mom, it was the toughest relationship, one of the most destructive relationships. I feel like there is some, okay, there is philosophical outlook that what happened was for purpose, of course. There are a lot of functional things that came out of that. But at the same time, I feel like I could live at much higher potential. So there's some sense of urgency now for me to claim that potential and exercise it. Because I was very, very bright girl. Very bright and very lively, artistic girl, while I had father in my life. Electric war. Yes, I'm empathetic to the degree that I sense through the walls. And that's helps me in my profession. And at the same time is a little bit difficult in real life. But at the same time, I started after getting Tantra mastery, I started using this thing as the pointer to where I need to work on. So whatever I sense, whatever is disturbing me highly in other people, I functionalize everything. I started going through those commotions. I started going through that discomfort to harvest what I got to harvest, because everything that disturbs us deeply, like yesterday I had conversation actually, good visualization will be like, imagine you're not disturbed, like you're not disturbed by certain things. Let's draw something like a human. I just need the more fleshy human depiction here. So not everything will be disturbing. Not everything will have space in you. But something in the environment will find the space inside of you. And that is something that is your void, that's not healed, that's not filled with something that aligns with you better. And so this thing from the environment suddenly sits inside and disturbs you as the sign of some dysfunction. That's how I envision that. And that's where I usually go through the work of identifying what story it tells me, what story exists in me that creates this void. Where am I incomplete? So that's how I work on those empathetic waves, because this empathy is empathy develops in response. It's not just empathy towards you know how it's historically humans developed empathy became a selected trait, heightened empathy, for survival of the community. So it is a beneficial thing because people with compassion, with empathy, they survive better, obviously. But then when you are exercising this empathy in an unsafe, socially, specifically artificially unsafe environment, when your guarantor of safety, which is your parent, was unsafe, that's when empathy starts becoming intertwined with complexes. It's no longer a natural survival mechanism. When your tribe member, for example, in some minute changes in how they sound, how they look, they communicate to some danger and you are capable to mobilize. But it is when inside of the bond, it's anti-natural actually. Inside of the bond you have some danger going on. So this empathy is associated with complexes that you develop. A distorted perception of reality. That's why it's so important for me to go through this and to work on that. Fahrenheit, thank you so much. Thank you for compassion, Electric War. It's okay, I'm past that. I'm past that, and actually now it helps me with my job so much. I love it. Enrique, thank you so much. Have a good night. Yes, it's superpower and can be bad without balance. I actually had synchronicity today and shared my faith to someone after having a really bad moment. I walked to the beach and this person who just beat cancer happened to walk down at the exact time. Nice. Chad, haven't kissed or been hugged for over a decade. Yes, it's true, it's a superpower. Yes. Empathy means, do you know what the other person is going through because you've been through it too? No, what exactly is probably, I mean, it requires some factual data, but emotionally, yeah. Thank you, Electric Aura, you're too. So, where are we at? Yes, I've detached, but also you have to be careful. Yeah, if there is still something that you are hoping to get from the system, that is where you will have the vulnerability point. When there is something there, this illusion, this glimpse of hope about the system can start sucking you in. That's vulnerability that needs to be healed. That's why I'm saying that we need to build a separate, strong system of responsibility. and invest in it, such that there is less, such that you already start having reward from that system. That's how you get rid of this attachment from the illusion of reward that you may get from this ill system. You helped me understand my value system, and thanks, it's changed myself. So now I stopped caring about how people feel about me. It helped a lot. Thank you for sharing that. You did the job. It's phenomenal, Electric Aura. Enrique, bye-bye. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like and subscribe, haven't leave a meaningful comment. Thank you so much, RJ Redula. I think we're down to people who are not so new to my channel. I scared people away with my introduction. Собака пришла. Собака пришла. Иди ко мне, собака. Не хочешь? Good notes, Kiva. Great. Thank you, RJ. Thank you so much. Пойдешь на ручки? Иди на ручки. Иди на ручки. Не хочешь? Ну ладно. Пойдешь на ручки? Нет? Trying to get my dog to come, but he's so lazy after sleeping. He just woke up, so he shows that he wants to go to my arms, like he pushes his ears down in submissive pose, but he won't come. He's like 1 meter away from me. What type of breed is your dog? My dog is Yorkie Poodle. Ух ты, пришел. Идешь на ручки? Ух ты, вот он. Ну что ты делаешь? Well, it's hard to go down into your soul to be vulnerable. It's like some people don't want touch vulnerability. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you guys. Yeah, dog is very cute. Nathaniel, life is sweeter with less speaking. I agree with that. Actually, speaking, yeah, it's words. Eventually, yeah, you evolve to exercising in communication with people. Yeah, you start exercising some desire for it to be meaningful. Even in personal communication, it's also quite important. A lot of things they can go without saying, I think. And a lot of things we need to probably do introspection on our own, or with a specialist perhaps. I agree with some facet of that. And here little Goose in the background. Da da da, da da da. He's so sweet after just waking up. It's crazy how life is so multifaceted. It's insane. You know what we went through today? What we went through today in the first part of the talk is such a crazy facet of life in a sense. It's sometimes hard to agree with it existing almost. How to win a domain for yourself, to live differently, to live some different kind of life. That's like almost like multiple kinds of people exist. It's very strange to think about it. I hate talking, but I like listening when the person is interesting or productive with what they say. Also nice, yes. Rich Heinemann, thank you. The topic was intense, yet interesting. Thank you, Kiva. It's always, yeah, it's always. I don't know, I still also. Is there a better solution than just moving your focus to areas of your control when you get drawn to thinking about the disgrace of the world? That's a conundrum. Because it could be, I don't know if it's, in a sense, it's productive to be able to tune out what's happening in the world, what's happening in human minds. It's quite productive to be able to do that. But then, I guess the change begins with us anyway. The change begins with our life. It's not something that we run around and like protest for. It's not gonna lead to anything. Humans have so many phases, have so many faces, so many domains of life, so many characters, that indeed it's probably the best thing that we can do is to just full focus, full force, full freedom. But then how it's kind of become narcissistic almost. Again, that thing that I brought up recently was that when you understand how the systems work, you start feeling detached from the systems, and that may appear like you don't have empathy. You don't have empathy to people in the systems, when in reality you don't have empathy or resources to feed pointless systems because you just understand them. So by people it can be perceived as getting withdrawn and becoming the standoffish guy who is protecting themselves from what's considered life. That's life with all its things. But then knowing about it and functionalizing it as opposed to living through it and donating your emotional energy to that. That's again, that puts you somewhere above it. And that contradicts psychology, it contradicts contradicts morals, widely accepted morals. Because there's this herd mentality that you need to be with the group, you need to be a good member of something, make contributions. But that's not how world works, apparently. Word Uncle Buddy. Sapiosexual comments. Words are the paths we make. They shape our life. Sometimes the sum is better than the absolute. I explained to a person today that there is a path called destiny, and when you're aligning with your authentic self, that's when you will notice meaningful synchronicity. Yes. Thank you, Ben. I've been noticing little of that phenomenon myself, says Chad. I'm trying to heal my finger. During the last sneeze of winter, I slipped on the stairs. It was warm during the day, and then at night it froze, and I went to walk my dog, and I slipped on the stairs, and I fell with my entire body weight on the rib of the stairs, on my finger, on my wrist, on my hand in general. I have no idea what happened to it, but it's been like 2 or 3 weeks now, and it still hurts to move and still swollen. I don't know what the heck happened. If it was broken or something. So if you see my finger looking big, it's because something Something in it is not proper. It was, Kiva, it was not super painful per se. But it was weird because it was like kind of through the whole thing almost. But I never had like any symptoms of it being broken, so maybe it just sprained. It also like moves in different directions freely in different directions, not a little bit painfully so. Thank you, Kiva. It should heal. I'm doing more vitamin D these days, so hopefully it will, whatever is there. But yeah, it just can look crazy in comparison. And noticing also, you know, how in the chat there are people who are like somehow picking on some molecular level appearance traits. I'm surprised no one has ever noticed anything with my fingers. So, because I think that there are some people who are, I don't know the exact count of eyelashes and stuff. When they go on live streams, you know, it's like, what's there? Chopped lips. Ooh. Not sexual, just stating what makes me attracted to you. Apologize if you read into it wrong. No, I mean, it's okay. Epsom salt. You think it needs magnesium? Hey. Frank said it's hi things. Hi. Is it a French accent? No. Hello, Big J. I have this thing. I sometimes tighten it up with just like this to restrict the motion. Helps a little. It healed quite a bit, but it doesn't get this last oomph of healing. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll end up doing X-ray or something eventually. Please, what is your accent called? Why are you asking? I'm curious. Like, what? I saw a comment like that on the shorts. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Kiva. Thank you, Scott. Why? No, I'm asking you why you're so curious about the accent. What is that for you? My accent also may not be representative of the group that I come from, linguistic group that I come from. So the fact that it's my accent may not be telling that every person of my nation will be having the same exact accent. It's also associated with mannerisms that I use. Иди ко мне, собака. Иди ко мне, посиди, собака, со мной. I'm giving you a hint about the accent, by the way. Иди ко мне, посиди со мной, собачка. Я на ручке. Будешь на видео сниматься? Иди на видео сниматься. Иди ко мне, мой писюнчик. Пойдешь? So the basis of Tantra is to become creators. Then why does your community stay on your channel if you're supposed to be a creator of your own worlds? It's I mean, I stay myself. I learn a lot all the time. So It's a huge course of work as well of Tantra. It's not actually the basis of Tantra, it's more human renaissance. It's how I perceive it. In Tantra, the objective is, I guess, when you are coming to Tantra from the perspective of healing, needing to heal, then you formulate the exact task for you, what it means for you to live functionally. So creatorship may be just an umbrella term for that. But every case will be a particular case. And people will perceive it from within their own problem, from within their own value system. Creatorship is something bigger. Perhaps it's the outcome of Tantra. It's not the goal of Tantra. It's natural outcome of Tantra. I suppose it's like code for a lot of people to digest, which can sometimes take years. Accent identify. Let me real quick close the window. La 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 la. Tantra also, yeah, Tantra. If I like start presenting, this is human renaissance, people will be like, what? Tantra is probably more familiar thing. Later, when I become big in my art, I will be using human renaissance probably. Мой сладкий принц, мой красивый мальчишка. Always folk. Brandon, hello. Вольк. Тимур Вольк. Plus also, you know what? People on my channel, they might be just listening and doing something at the same time. And also, creatorship, I give tools. Every stream I give lecture, how people could help themselves. How people can dive somewhere and how they can start working on their problem. And that's integral part of becoming the creator. To become free from dysfunction first. Or to find resource in dysfunction and turning it into function. Dog's name is Kuzya. What about the dog? What about the dog? It's just a dog. Kuzya is the best co-host, yes. I love when he visits me. I'm playing game on PS4 as I listen, but I want to be a little active in chat. As you feel? Daniel, this. What is this? Nothing is happening right now. I feel like I blew the fuse in the first part, so now it's just lounging. Usually the first part ends up being a little bit shorter and more relaxed. And then we go into case studies, we go into this like intensity and things. Today was a little bit different. Does the dog sleep with you? No, he sleeps on his own bed. I made the bed for him out of canvas with a pocket. You definitely are teaching very high level and appreciate this because I find that many people want to speak this frequency. Thank you. What's your favorite song at the moment? How can you pick one song? I don't know how people can pick one single song. I could go on about my crazy mom, but it solved the issue for the most part. It would just be me yakking for several paragraphs. Yeah, these things too. It's interesting dynamic. I have several people who come to my comments, and based on the intensity of the stories that I tell, they start expressing like, I hope you will love yourself. I hope you will find something. I hope you will find peace and whatnot. Hope you will heal. I can help, and so on. It's very cute to read. At the same time, there is a component that is observant of that. There's when you're past certain issues, you become an observer of those issues, or you can communicate on those issues freely. And it's such a different dynamic from the perspective of therapy of those issues as well. It's not always about the emotional striptease or psychological striptease. It's easy to detach from that stuff. And whenever it becomes a problem, whenever you identify it becoming some limiting belief, some pattern, then that's the work that's so much deeper usually. That is a little bit past the plane of, I don't know, how those issues are regarded by general public. Everybody has their own struggle within a general problem. And it's not always to just recite the issue for the 100th time as you've recited it before that will help. What will help is to connect with it at some different level. It's under some different light. When you can connect with your feelings, when you can allow certain things for yourself for the first time, or when you can challenge certain things. That is different from reciting the issue over and over and over and trying to find that treasure in the place where it doesn't exist. Hello, flyers. Have good cheekbones and facial geometry. Thank you so much to my dad and my mom. Reviewing once again, same time audio learning. Also make sure to buy the ananas product, guys. Yes. Woo! Wavy hair products. I actually feel like it's condescending when people try to do the feel sorry comment if the topic of traumatic issues come up. I would never share unless prompted to. Yeah, that's another side of it, because people pull you into a triangle. Like, oh, you had something difficult. I'm here to help. I will be your savior. To me, it's perceived as power dynamics. When I read that, oftentimes it's power dynamics. When they are trying to sit there and realize some complex or whatever through your issue. Like get that participation award. It indeed can be interpreted as an attempt to establish hierarchy with you. I agree with that. Like the stream if you haven't. Thank you, Kiva. You're exciting. Thank you, Nicholas. Like, what do people expect? It's when you're able to talk about this issue in the form that you're able to talk about it. For you, it's such a routine, it doesn't ring anything at that point. When also another thing, when you tell the same story, for example, about some problem existing in your life, when you tell the same story over and over, it's also an interesting thing to reflect on why it's always the same story and what circumstances you're telling the story in. Because what is the goal of that story? When you take someone with empathy, for example, and you're like, no, listen how it was. He was saying this, and then he was doing this to me, and this, and I was. Why are you always telling the same story? What is the goal? Are you special because of that? Are you trying to win friends and appear safe and benevolent through this? Are you trying to find support system? What is that? You're fishing for what? So in a sense, just sharing something, venting, sharing, reciting the same stories about yourself, it is just reinforce the dysfunctional system. That's why the work with all of these things is much deeper. It's much deeper and much more complex and very challenging. And that's why in my streams I also bring up the filth. Because the filth is provocative. It provokes something to rise. As opposed to just, reading this fascinating story of my life. I wish someone wrote a book about me. There is this element. Because you're already emotionally detached from the story, largely. You start using it as a tool for something. You're using it as your verbal portrait, as your business card. And when we are digging in filth somewhere, when we go deeper than that, when we start looking at other sides of the issue, when we start seeing something that is deeply disturbing, that's where we can work. We cannot do work in our absolute numb spot. The story how we want to tell. The story how we want it to appear. Because the stories of our lives, including traumatic stories and stuff, we said them so much to ourselves. Perhaps like you're laying in bed thinking about it after some encounter, like trigger encounter. Perhaps, oh, HH. What a, this is such, that looks so familiar. Daily reminder. So when we recite them already so many times that it created a numb spot. So trauma work cannot be there. Trauma work can be from, I can no longer handle having this story. I am so tired of that. I want to break free from that. It was so gross, or it was so painful, and I don't need this. I want to live differently. This is where work begins, where energy is. When it's like, yes, and then she told me this, and then she told me that, and then he did this, and then she chose this, la la la. For you, it's nothing at this point. It's part of your life. It's just the same way you don't notice your curtains. You just take them for granted. The story is taken for granted. I have the job interview with the director, and she tried doing this feel sorry script. I actually overestimated her because I thought she wouldn't be a normie. You're making very good points, seem very smart, but what's the dog doing now? Laying down. I did a feel sorry for me thing earlier without thinking. It's an oversharing habit I'm trying to break. That's a good reflection to actually, it's a good reflection to do, because remember this thing, it shapes identity in a sense. It's good to rebel against it. If you have a capacity to rebel, if you are at the stage of your internal work where you can acknowledge that, that's a brilliant thing to acknowledge. Because you try to make people feel sorry for you. Who are you going to be attracting? So that shapes your life in a sense. Your verbal portrait, what you're delivering. So this intention can be replaced with something. Actually, Chad, in this moment, I want you to feel sorry for me. Right now, when you acknowledge that, replace it with I want you to feel, or I want to feel myself. I want to feel something. Let's just replace it such that don't leave a void by just neglecting this statement. Thank you, David. Even my comments are a script. Even in your collection, try to communicate with people as a script. Never ends and does feel fraudulent. Oversharing when drinking. I feel like I need to say something to relate. Lu Little Lehutso. Hello, I'm new in your stream. Welcome. Tantra coach, Tantra therapist here. I feel like I'm oversharing on YouTube. It's just I feel like this is the only time to talk about these things I've pondered over without the lens. Nice. Yeah, it's a probably good place to do this. Ian. Thank you guys for compliments. It's also, it's to lower the. There are temptations to feeling. There are temptations to inducing these reactions in people. Actually, reactions of pity and stuff, or to bringing up some crazy stories. There's a huge feeling that something will be rewarded because of that, because of your experiences, and you're like a little chick sitting and like, see what happened, now I want the reward. Or there is a sensation that I'm so special, all of these things about me that I've gone through are so special, they're so incredible, they're so different, I'm different, I'm different. So it's a therapeutic thing after you've gone through blasphemy, after you've gone through aggression, after you demolished all of the authoritative bonds. It's very good to sort through the goals, through the parasitic objectives of what you're trying to accomplish by living with the story, by holding on to the story. For example, wasn't kissed or hugged for 10 years. Unique experience in a sense. But if we lower its importance, if like there are plenty of people who don't hug, if it was a thing, right? Plenty of people who don't hug or kiss for decades. There are married couples who don't experience any physical affection. They live with each other under the same roof. So they look at each other, but they don't hug or kiss for decades. There's zero intimacy. When you look at it from that perspective, you're like, I don't need this. It's not special. It's not gonna buy me anything. I remember a previous stream we had when suffering is used as a currency. Some like special suffering experience is used as a currency. Like this should buy me something, and I'll be like this, beep 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 beep. And somebody will give me that feeding. No. It's not special. It can be, there are plenty of examples of it not being special. Same as upbringing issues. They're not special. I mean, it's unfortunate. That's what's upsetting, disappointing, is that it's not special. It's just not special. It's very common. So when you encounter someone, when you tell them the story that, listen, it was this, and you realize that it doesn't trigger in someone, it doesn't trigger the response of like, wow, that's insane, you've gone through so much. When for the first time you encounter the reaction that does not reinforce your belief that is something to hold on to, that it possesses some functionality as in making you feel special, you're like, oh, indeed, it's actually some ballast. I'm holding on to literal ballast. So it can be useful in that regard. But it cannot be the first healing step, usually. Because we need to first remove all that garbage. Clean it up, emotional baggage. I related to a lot of what you said about your mom, Zabulu. As a kid, something I learned was to compartmentalize. It's quite an adaptive coping mechanism. You can use it to manage stress or even temporarily manage trauma. The creators share more. I want examples. It's disappointing, but it's reality. Unfortunately, for a long time, rejected reality. Then objective truth became my foundation. Zero intimacy, Kurt. Yeah, very common thing. I'm special because I was treated opposite to special. I'm special, but actually I'm opposite to special. It's diametrical prison. Deep. Nasty, it's special to me though. Not everyone feels the same way about it, unless you mean it's not special in the way that many people feel that, and worse. So it's still a thing for me to have said. No, it's, no. I don't want you to feel attacked right now. I want you to, I used it as an example, to when it becomes, again, maybe it's exactly what, maybe you understood it exactly how I wanted it to be understood. To treat it as, what's the benefit from that? Why does it have to be special? Why does it have to be, not maybe not special, but why does it have to be valuable? Why does it have to be a valuable piece that defines me? Why does it possess value? Defining value. That's what I meant. It may not be special in the context of unique, like one per 10,000 people, but it may be that it's something valuable, something that holds a lot of weight, something when you tell this, it's met with like, wow. Or when I tell this to myself, I myself feel wow. So when my internal observer reads this information, it's like, wow, that's insane. So there's this emotional component when you don't work with it just as a piece of data, but you work with it as something with like wow factor, when your internal observer and the expector, for example, if you're delivering this information, expects that reaction, this impressiveness of this information, the weight of this information. Why does it have to be? Why does it hold value? You can take that your experiences can be used to be special, but ultimately you have to climb out of the pit and find that middle ground to do something with it. Yes, tools. It's probably what I word as making it a tool, or neutralize it, make it a tool. So Chad, it's not a comparison with anyone. It's special in the sense that it's valuable for me. It's something, wow, extra. Not with regard to other people. It's a rather expectation of how other people will treat it. When we deliver this information, we bring the expectation of how others should respond. So there is the expected thing. We know exactly what we're doing. Imagine when we are telling something to someone or doing something to someone, we know that our action will likely inflict certain consequences. So, especially with repetitive patterns, we know exactly what we're doing. We know exactly what outcomes it will lead to. That's why we do it. It's a predictable chain. So whenever we recite something to the environment, we always expect some response. We know what it will elicit. I actually told the director who interviewed me that I had gratitude toward my father dying in a learning way, but she didn't get it. That's the theory. Why did you bring it up? How did it at the job interview? How was it brought up? Why was this personal matter discussed at the interview? This is something that I'm interested in. Now, what was the context there? She asked if my mother and father lived in the place I'm from. Can you give the dog a treat? No, my dog doesn't eat treats. My dog eats meat. Each conversation just gets more and more interesting. This is great. Yeah, Kiva. It's phenomenal. Poo poo poo. I bet your dog probably eats better than me. I don't know. I mean, he's on pretty minimalistic diet of meat and bones. And nuts also. He likes nuts. Nothing special, but processed food. What do you love about it? And also, have you tried swapping for whole foods and then seeing the difference? Because it may show your body that there are options. Маленький Кузи, stop class, no treats, just meats. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's cheap and it's arbitrarily cheap because with high quality foods you can be very well satiated. You'll need less food. And then long term it will be also cheaper. Because if you look into metabolism is not just metabolism is not so linear. Isolated foods, so-called foods, isolates, they are greedy for nutrients. So it's a path to deficiencies. And supplements are not the answer because supplements are not bioidentical by no means. They don't have delivery mechanisms that are present in natural sources of nutrients. So whole foods, they come with packages. They have fat for delivery of fat-soluble vitamins. Then everything with carbohydrates in whole form will contain nutrients that will counterbalance the carbohydrates, will aid in metabolism of sugars. Especially with fruits, you will have vitamin C that's needed in that sense. Because sugar makes you more dependent on vitamin C surplus, magnesium, minerals in general. Minerals are highly important for if you are eating high carbohydrate diet. When you're on processed food diets, you will also be finding some supplements added to grains, for example, folic acid, synthetic folic acid that's toxic, like enriched rices and pastas and stuff like that, bread. Synthetic vitamins are unsolicited synthetic vitamins. So, I don't know. There are many nonlinear interactions that may make processed foods far less sustainable in long term than investing in whole foods. I noticed my hair after quitting smoke not much more vibrant. It was thinning a lot, but now it's very good. Early signs. Smoked 10 years, now I don't desire it anymore. Good. I mean, it's your hair 2 weeks ago. It's how much did they grow? By this much, probably. So this is the new shaft that grew. I'm glad I came across your live video. I'm going to get off my phone and read a book so I can try to be as smart as you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy your night. I was eating meals with boiled chicken breast for so long I got sick of it, but now I have a ton of ground beef and steak in the freezer that I got a good deal on, and just today I saw a beef liver there. Nice. I started getting pate. It's such a delicious thing. What's she measuring with her fingers? Where? Where am I measuring? I sometimes just scroll through, but... That's what. The hair shaft. How much grows in 2 weeks? If the hair growth is fast. So that's the only difference you would see. Outside of deposits from the smoke. Looks better in the morning. That may be scalp health, actually, then. The composition of oils. Don't try to outsmart me, lol. I'm not trying to outsmart you, I'm just thinking what could happen. It's brainstorming. And that's, I'm thinking, probably scalp. It's morning hair. Because what happens with smoking? You are reducing blood flow to everything. And what else does nicotine do that could contribute? But regardless, we don't need to dig into this topic. Poo. Chad, I don't want you to be discouraged from our previous discussion, and or feel any concept about yourself. It was not meant to be like that. It was more that the concept exists in your head, and I wanted you to reflect on the concept, not to reflect on your and how something is off. I wanted you to reflect primarily on this concept and its role, why it exists and why it's emotionally charged. Just to clarify that. Going to wrap up notes soon, but going to wait a moment to make sure I don't miss something interesting. Yeah, any questions, comments on the topic, off topic, something in your minds? Because we probably are going to wrap up, and oh my god, I'm anticipating going into a review. Oh my god, so much rise up in me from this topic. It's crazy. I feel like I don't possess full freedom of even talking about it. I feel some discomfort talking about it. To that extent, it is this deep thing. It feels like legacy that you need to hold on to almost. Or, yeah, that's why it feels like blasphemy to rage about it. It's nuts. Like right now I'm feeling resistance to going back to this topic. That's my self-reflection right now. But we're going to do this, and it will be my work. You know, it's like, it feels like in a normal state of mind, without preparation, when you are just relaxed, it feels like you just don't want to go to that territory. Because it's to such extent yucky. Or to such extent loaded, intense. I'm always seeking some solution or acknowledgement of what hurts so deep inside me, and it's futile. Now that's you expressing disappointment right now. That's actually similar. It's similar It's similar. If you read it, Chad, let's reflect on it. What you just read, what you just wrote. It's on the same topic as I've given up. It's like you're looking for confirmation that you've given up. That's the same exact messaging right now as it's been 10 years, or it's been this, it's been that. So it's the same thing, different sides of explaining to yourself why you are giving up. Oh. So let's think in that direction. Why is your hurt is like giving up? Why is your messaging how you express your problem? Your problem basically is expressed through what you are talking about, through what you're bringing up. And the mood is always that I'm giving up. Prove me that I shouldn't give up. Like it's a demand to the world. Prove that I shouldn't be giving up. Find me a reason why I should not be giving up. Because I'm giving up. You see? I'm giving up. The effort is pointless. I don't want any more effort. The thing, it's too late. I don't want to do it anymore. It's too hard. I don't want to do it anymore. I cannot do it anymore. I tried and it failed. So there is a dominant of failure that is on the forefront. And the dominant of failure is a good justification, or not justification, a good reason for why you need to stay where you're at. That's what I noticed there. So basically, there is like your path here. You don't want to walk it. You're like, there was some experience back there. Was some experience. You're chaining yourself to that experience to tell yourself that no, I don't want to walk my path. It's the same thing as here. I'm chaining myself to my mom's story. I'm chaining myself to whatever there is, whatever belief there is. I'm chaining myself because I don't want to walk there. Why? Why is this one not attractive enough? Why not attractive enough? Why? Avoid it. Like, you can make a decision right now. Unchain yourself and go. This is experience. This is just your belief. Technically, I'm not depreciating it, but technically it is experience, and it's just a belief system. So the problem that I see here is, why is this not attractive enough for you to be motivated to unchain from here? Because whenever there is any invitation from here, like you see something from like agitates you, there is always something. No, there is this. No, but I already, but I have been, but I tried and but I am this, but I am that. So why this is not attractive? Why don't you want it? Let's think this direction. Why don't you want to walk your path? Sometimes you have to pull yourself aside in the observer mode. Even I recently had to do this and I feel so much better for it. I knew waiting was going to be worth it. Yeah, Kiva. We just collected enough evidence to formulate a good question. Hello, chess channel. Continue, guys. That's probably a loaded question to reflect. Much love to you too. Just like we had this girl. You make me smile. Just like with that girl who wants to live the legacy of her mom. My mom did this, mom did me this trauma, mom said this, mom did that. Why do you want to be chained to that? Don't you have an exciting life to live, like some fun things to try? No, something at least. No? You want to be chained there? You want to keep milking that dysfunctional system? So nothing rings, nothing arouses your imagination, play, nothing. I took so long to not feel the pain, but it's not 100% gone. That it's that much harder to have faith that I can fix it, maybe. But it's the fix is one. It's like literally this. You make a decision and it's gone. But it's needed for something. Thank you, Chess Channel. Thank you so much. Very pleasant. You don't need faith to fix anything. It's not faith. It's a decision. You either want this or you want that. You're in the middle right now. What do you want, this or that? And do you have an idea of what this is? Because you have a very good idea of what this is. But do you have an idea of this? So the heaven is when you have the burning fire within you, and the hell is your family with the burning fire all around you, at least toxic family. That's an interesting way to put it. Creative. Where is your faith? Do you believe in God? I don't believe in God, I feel God. I don't believe in anything. To hear experiences that relate to the topic is always intriguing. Kira, yes! Not faith, but the decision to try and fail. Decision to try. Why do you think that walking the path is try and fail? It's just walking. Right now, you're walking somebody else's path. You're walking through the shrubs with rock on your neck. You're walking through the boring ass shrubs with a rock on your neck. Like, time is always flowing. Your life is always flowing. The fact that you break it down into some events and some things is not representative of the flow of life. Flow of life is always continuous. So right now you are walking with the rock on your neck through the shrubs. Potential heavier pain. Potential heavier pain. Okay, so this fear. Okay, now we get to something. Fears. What's the obstacle here? Let's draw the obstacle. Here's the obstacle. Let's define it. What we step over? Fear of pain. Then, what else? But fear of pain, you should realize that right now on this path there could be some pain, but mostly pleasure and neutrality. In the path you're right now, you're walking through thorny shrubs with a rock on your neck. You're constantly having pain. So your remedy for pain is to being a flagellant, to not feel some other pain. So you're controlling pain right now. So your remedy right now is controlling pain, controlling and self-inflicting, background pain. So that's your coping mechanism right now. You're not avoiding pain, you are just in controlling and self-inflicting bigger pain. So what else in this barrier here? So you kind of like allow yourself to hurt yourself, but not others. The moment that somebody else is giving you pain, then it's scary pain. When you produce pain on a daily basis, it's a good pain. Can we remove pain in general from the dominant picture? Maybe. Or what's different between pain that happens as a result of your daily actions compared to pain that may happen here, like some blip? Another thing to think about, and this, you're carrying a rock on your neck and you're walking through the shrubs. On this path, remember we were discussing in the previous stream with ADHD situations, how here you're drained. Your baseline is you're drained. Here you have resource because the path is smooth. The path is smooth. You're just walking la 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 la. So if pain happens, you will have much more resource to tackle it. Here, you're walking through the thorny shrubs, like this perpendicular path. Thorny shrubs with a rock on your neck. You don't have resource. You're constantly exhausting yourself. And you're constantly painful. Coping with it through like getting in reserves of your psyche. And then you need to medicate with alcohol. Let's assume all the complications don't exist with quitting alcohol. Now I'm just sober. Now I'm facing the path without the church of alcohol. I go through all of the work of what I think will fix it. And then it still doesn't work and I can't make anything happen that I want to happen. What exactly do you want to happen? 6VB, what's happening here? Tantra coach, Tantra therapist. We're discussing painful inheritance, started with mother versus daughter. Now we're talking about the related topic of a person being chained to previous experience, just like happens with familial inherited trauma. And how it prevents people from living. So what's cause and effect here? Trying to figure it out. Also, if you want shiny, wavy hair, please buy products from Pacifica that are tagged to this live stream. Thank you and welcome. In general, very chill here. So, la la la. I want women to love me, but they don't seem to do. How many women do want to love you? Thank you, 2-6VB. Thank you. Of topic to the product, yeah. I want to have a relationship with a woman, but before then, that I want to be able to feel happy and okay without alcohol. Well, relationship with a woman is a part of life. It's something that also opens up a path. Relationship with a woman, as it may appear, is a short and close-ended goal. We want open-ended goals. What will, let's now open these goals. What will this entail? Like, how does your life transform as a result of that? What are you doing? Basically, we need to think what you're doing on this path. The path is an active experience of life. What are you doing in this path? It's your path. Like, what are you doing on your authentic path? Because alcohol is, of course, when you're walking with the weight of experience with a rock on your neck through the shrubs, yeah, alcohol may be a good form of medication to kind of tap into some reserves, to make it bearable. So alcohol there, in my opinion, plays a role of enabling you to walk the dysfunctional path. I'm generally happy with how my life is, but I can't attract women, and I know alcohol is one of many things blocking other things from improving. But you also have huge beliefs from previous experiences. Why do you need those beliefs that sabotage you? We figured the fear of pain, but you're inflicting pain every day. So you're fearing not just pain, but you're fearing a very specific kind of pain, because clearly self-inflicted pain of not having what you want, this pain is something that's not scary, because you're doing it every day. If it was scary, you would be avoiding. So it's not a fear. So there isn't some specific fear of pain. What's that fear of pain? Pain itself doesn't scare you. You do it every day. Trap or trauma? Yes, of course. That's what we're trying to discover. I'm not afraid of pain. In fact, I welcome it. It's okay to be a bad guy. What do you mean by bad guy? If I go through the effort and then women still don't want me. So you're doing it for women, you're not doing it for yourself. That's the whole problem. That you're doing it for women, you're not doing it for yourself. So for yourself, it has zero value to do. Which means that your relationship will be conditional. Your behavior will be conditional. You're giving power to a woman. You're giving her the responsibility for your well-being. You're like, because of you and for you, I'm going to take care for myself. If you withdraw, check out what happens. Check out. So why? Why don't you want to do it for yourself? Why do you find it not worthy for yourself? If I'm honest with myself, that's not enough. If that's not enough. Is that not enough? So bad guy is being honest with yourself? Well, because that's the only reason to improve further. I'm doing well for myself outside of that. But you want a woman. You want a woman, but for a woman, you need to change something about your lifestyle. So there is some part of you also. Look at this. Look at this dichotomy. There is you without a woman, and there is you with a woman. You without a woman is the reality in which you are destroying yourself. You with a woman acquire something that magically makes you not want to destroy yourself. And you want to have a woman to not destroy yourself, but at the same time, you are not willing to not destroy yourself without a woman. Many thoughts, guys. I will read them later. Thank you for sharing, Chunky Cat. So basically what you're saying, Chad, you are scared of failure. You want to put the responsibility onto a woman because if she leaves you, she failed. You did not fail. She failed you. This woman already is being a badass person for failing you in your pursuits to care for yourself. So that woman that hasn't emerged yet already carries the weight of your failure or success. And I feel like you want to have a woman to give this partial responsibility for it. So there's almost a split. Can I erase this diagram? Or let's erase. What will we erase? Let's erase. So we'll write some arguments here. So we have there are two of you, two versions of you. There's one version of you with a woman. Let's be stereotypical, she will be shorter than you. With cool haircut. So there is, I care for myself. I love myself. And there is another version where there is mentality of good enough. Settle for pain. Self-destruction. Scroll up. I'm saying I'll fail in attracting her in the first place. If I get her, she leaves, it's definitely my fault for not being good enough. I failed, she leaves. Why do you need such weight put on this poor woman? Like, and on yourself, importantly. Failures also. So this woman basically hasn't appeared, but she already associated with failure. So this woman, the hypothetical woman that hasn't appeared, carries responsibility, carries the concept of failure, because of also previous experience with the idea that already 10 years is failure, failure, failure. So everything in this domain is failure, associated with failure. Of course you don't want it. Of course you fucking don't want it, because it's failure tension. It's this conditional situation in which I need to care for myself beyond my imagination, beyond my resources. To keep this, who already came on the premise of me not being good, who already came on the premise of failure, projected failure. Where did you learn this pattern of behavior? Where is this coming from? Why do you need an observer to care for yourself, to love yourself? Why is it tied to some creature? I feel like we need to dig somewhere specifically here. I feel like you're carrying responsibility beyond your own. Which is clear because this responsibility becomes all of the concepts that you're carrying. Chess says, miss my girl so much. Tell me more about it, Chess. Please, if you want, you can share and we can work on that. So what belief system was primary in this? That failure is inherently very scary. Or I wonder what's the focus? The failure, the perception of failure, or the amount of effort, reward per effort. So this is the question now. Failure versus reward per effort. So what's primary? Fear of failure or reward per effort? She was 19, I'm 33. She wouldn't even tell her parents about me, so I ended it. Thank you, Tommy. Well, and what happened? I also don't know which legal sphere you're in and how it all works. So either this girl is not worthy at all. You're like, fuck that. Too much effort. So in reality, you just don't want that altogether. That's one hypothesis. You want it, but it's like, not really worth it. So we can have this hypothesis. If it is effort, reward per effort, because you regard the girl as a reward, not worthy reward. Screw it. Or fear of failure, in which the girl is worthy, But the girl comes with a lot of tension that I need to cater certain standard to it. And because I'm scared of failure, it's also actually reward per effort is too low. So the relationship, in fact, becomes something that is so painful to go into, so dangerous and so scary that you just don't want it either way. In either scenario, whether you're afraid of failure or reward per effort is very small. In both cases, this is just not worth it. It's more painful, more uncomfortable, more hassle than reward. And that's not surprising, because if you have only instrumental role of the woman in your life as opposed to open-ended goal of relationship, just building life, incorporating her in your overall life, then it's understood, because some discomfort appears in your life and you need to cope with it in exchange of some intimacy, some pleasantries. But if we frame it as a woman walks with you on your path, on your shared path together, you have some vision for the path. And then the girl stops being associated with failure or reward per effort conundrum. Because then it's a partnership, it's not a function. This condition is lifted. You know your path, you walk the path, and she walks it with you on her will. And then this leaves the picture, if that makes sense. Because otherwise, in either sense, whether you're afraid of failure or reward per effort is very low, then this is a liability. It's a super annoying liability to have. To just suddenly receive something in your life that requires you to live in constant tension and pressure. So that's something we need to work on. Can you give an example mock situation so we can understand? On what? Or what? Who are you referring to? Praxis. So I should accept that I have an impossible desire and that it's ridiculous for me to feel this way out of it. And out of it. Again, you want failure. Why do you want failure here? Why do you frame it always to bring it into failure? And that it's ridiculous, self-deprecating. Why do you want it to be self-deprecating? Why? Why do you want to always crush yourself to have a reason to live with a rock on your neck through the shrubs? Why? The same thing I read in this comment. 19 and 34, parents still pissed. I remember my old friends always complaining about women, but now it makes sense that it's because they were attracting their own vibrational frequency into their field. I don't understand English, but I agree. You was talking about give a mock example situation, the current topic you were talking about. We're working on exact case study by Chad. So that's why I don't know how more practical it can be. If you have any particular question, like how something works, I can give you the thing. But generally, a situation is literally actual case study. It cannot be more detailed. I need to plug in my phone. A guy gets home from work and the dishes are still dirty. That's an example. Charging. Chad, I think we need to work on I want to be enough for someone, but I'm afraid I never will be. Well, you will be enough for someone. You might have a different idea of the person that you would attract in your current state, perhaps. And perhaps it's not particularly the person that you would want. So that might be the thing. the dichotomy here. Same as with your choices, the dichotomy exists and it's very strong. So is the choice of a partner, also will be split. And there's a lot of tension, Chad. What you're writing is always having the tension, always having this um, rock, always having this shield going on. Like, no, I'm not going to change anything. In reality, I'm not going to change anything. I'm not going to change anything. The desires themselves in that state are burdensome. You electrify yourself through those desires that are not coherent with you. No, the Marty Garcia, don't, it's not a good advice about vulnerability, because vulnerabilities is where the root cause is found. I have a problem. Which? So where did you learn this association? Where did you learn this split? Where did you practice it? You mentioned something about your family dynamic. How did you step on the path of exercising that? How did you learn that it is a good and proper idea to walk with the rock of disappointment, self-punishment, through the shrubs? What brought you to this path? Why do you want to walk this heavy path? What put you there? What was the precedent that made you walk that path? And feel like it's something that you will go for. Danny Besh, good night. Anton Moskalyov switched to Russian, mother. Only after you. Okay, virgin in my 30s. What's wrong? I'm asking myself questions this year. Why you think? Now that's another example of identity that prevents you from doing things. Identity as previous experience is the same nature of events. Basically, being a virgin is a huge concept, which is very hard to break free from. And the same as any previous experience, any like set of mistakes. For example, a woman lived with her husband for 10 years, then learned that he was cheating all along and she's disappointed. But she was choosing that life. It had some function. So she will be feeling that she wasted 10 years of her life, when in reality she still lived this life. You also lived this life. And you did it for a reason. Now the fact that you had this for 10 years, let's say, like at 20, it's usually when it happens on average, you developed a huge concept that because of these 10 years, it's like investment, what's it called? When people invest too much, that it feels like they need to keep pushing. In business, it happens. When you try to hit in one idea over and 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 over, that eventually you're afraid to let it go. Because you feel like you invested so much that you just cannot pivot, like live differently. It's funny how I can tell people, some people are reading or watching tarot readings. Right now, people in that community are talking about a strong person that's living a love and how their destiny is great. Some are trying to match this person's energy by quickly learning about how to love and so on. what I should do. What you should do, you should think what this identity means to you. And there's a whole complex of things that can be done. I just want to give you the first tier of work ideas that you can employ, such as to make yourself detached from the idea that you're virgin, that for 10 years, like past some point where it on average happens, you didn't do it. Life is now. Like right now you make decisions, right now you make action, you take actions, right now you're producing hormones, right now you're experiencing. And this is the time when you can act. This is the time when you can choose what to do and who to be. Or you transgender comment. We hadn't had them in a while. That's amazing. Out in space, do you have mental issues? No. It's been a while since we saw those comments. Yeah, exactly. I missed them. It's such a funny thing how people have such a narrow range of ideas sometimes. Like stand up against the wall. That stuff comes around. Then transgender. And then male loneliness epidemics. Report. I'm just missing the quotes now. Yeah, kind of. Quotes have been off. Riddles. Report. So, virgin because girls always reject me again and again, all this year, and I focus on work too much and forget to date or scared to date because I might be rejected. Does male loneliness not matter? Male loneliness, that's my saying for when men start writing some obscene things. Or something that they typically do on OnlyFans, I guess, but they try to pull it off on YouTube. So that's what I call male loneliness epidemics when this stuff starts happening. Girls always reject me. All girls reject you. And also, what was your personal kind of motive to not have it happen? Like, why in your world did it happen to be such? Like, why did you yourself, perhaps, made it possible? Like, why? Why did you agree with this identity, perhaps? Why did you agree with how it was working out? Because if you, for example, got rejected by one girl, two girls, three girls, four girls, it's reasonable to perhaps think, what's up? What can I learn to do differently? And then you would work on it if it was the goal. Just like with Chad, we have a thing. If the goal is attractive enough, you are going to do something about your desire. How you can change something to make it work. Maybe you approach girls differently. Maybe you present yourself differently. Maybe you change your behavioral tactics. Something about your behavior would naturally change if it was your top motivation. You wanted it to happen. But if you lock in to failure, this means that deep inside you somewhere agreed with it. Why did you agree with that? That would be my question. Why did you agree with how it was happening all along? I didn't agree, it just happens. It just doesn't happen. It's your life, it's your actions. This life, of course, has spontaneity, but there's also something that's in your control. So, somewhere deep inside, you must have agreed with it. Because for 10 years, you were supporting the system. I was talking to someone, for 20 years, they cannot follow a lifestyle that would bring them healthy weight. And they, like, for 20 years, they've been complaining about that they would want to lose weight. But they can't. So, I asked them, you've been watching the system for 20 years. You've been exercising, living in the system for 20 years. It's not 1 month of that. It is settling. You adapt to it. Why did you agree that it was acceptable in your life for 20 years to keep happening? So somewhere there was a moment when I settled, okay, the environment confirmed something in me that I agree with. The environment confirmed that. And I agree. That's what I mean by agreeing with that, by settling for it. You foreign women are so fun because your responses are different from American women. Your brain is actually thinking of different words. I'm not thinking about different words, it's automatic rather. But the structure of language, my original language, is much more different than English language. So the way we communicate is different a little bit. That's what shapes it. And also, yeah, more creative, perhaps, choice of words. So after this, what should I do? Why did you settle to begin with? Let's think about it. What beliefs in you about yourself does this phenomenon confirm to you? The fact that you agreed with it, like what you okay, makes sense. This makes sense. You know, you agree with it because it makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because of what? What does it confirm? What beliefs does it confirm? Convenient beliefs. Thank you, Chess Channel. No, not Ukraine. Had a moment with the cart lady at the grocery store earlier, and we both smiled at each other and shared a laugh when we got the carts unstuck. And good evening, love, Ruben. Hello, Ruben. That was the most positive and intimate moment I had with a woman in years. If we remove Chad, hear me out. You could frame it as it was a very beautiful, positive moment in my life. It was a very pleasant encounter. If we stop here. But you want to reinforce to yourself that it It was the most positive and intimate moment I had with a woman in years. Why? You could have framed it as it was such a lovely experience. It was a very pretty woman. She was so radiant. I enjoyed her so much. I almost got her phone number, but decided to just move on. But it is perceived through the framework of grief. And because it's perceived in the form of grief, what happens if you experience it again? You will attach that grief to it. It can be the most beautiful experience on the planet, but you will be avoiding it because there will be grief attached to it. Every time there will be grief, failure, whole complex attached to it. I feel ridiculous though that I felt that way after, because it was just a normal interaction for anyone else. And what? No, it's not. People are not just nice and cute all the time. It doesn't matter even. You felt pleasant emotions. But you have rock on your neck. And you attach it to all those pleasant experiences. Of course, you are not going to look for women, because every time there will be this complex of trouble attached to it. It's scary. You desire it, but it's scary. It's freaking scary. It can be the most beautiful woman on the planet who smiles at you and invites you for a little interaction, for little communication, exchange of energy, exchange of glances. Not obliging, nothing. But in your story, you have a story in mind. It will incorporate as it was probably the most I could hope for in my life. There was something very beautiful. You frame it as tragedy. You frame it as something to grieve. So you have a block to receive that love. You have a block to receive this interaction. There is this belief, this rock. That's what I'm trying to illustrate to you, that no matter what good life throws at you, no matter what, you will be thinking about that. Okay, but this is probably not that. For sure. This probably was the last chance. It's impossible. Other people have it so much better than me. And I'm just granted this smile. That's pity. That's very sad. Instead of inviting, welcoming those experiences. Mendoza. Ooh, savior from what? You don't love me, buddy. You don't. You quote, "Are my muse, you're my inspiration to keep putting myself out there and hope to find someone with your level of maturity, intellectual and emotional, your rare being." Thank you, Chunky Cat. Unconditional love? I don't know there's unconditional love. We at the very minimum have genetic compatibility, which is a huge condition. And then we have behavioral conditions. We all have boundaries. You're so mature. How old are you? By the way, let's return to your issue. I am 31. Thank you for your compliments, guys. So if a man is a virgin in his 30s, people see him as a loser, something wrong with him, low-key stereotype. Now that's now. But once you were not worried about that. So right now, you have your pain right now is that there's an image that you're 30-year-old virgin. That's how you think. Perhaps, like, oops, this is a problem now. But just having intimacy with a woman is totally different thing. You're thinking of it as a status symbol that suddenly acquired value. So it didn't have value 10 years ago, it didn't have value 9 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago. But then you measure it through some social lens and it started having value. But virginity is a very arbitrary thing. There's intimacy with a woman. Intimacy with a woman. So what does that intimacy with a woman entail? That you kind of found a way to avoid it. And we are looking to receive a response from Chad on why there is always ballast, even on the most beautiful experiences. Hello guys, my day has been pretty good. In other words, Chad, why is just joy illegal? Why is joy and pleasantries are illegal? Why are they? Because I hate myself. Okay, why is joy illegal? Why loving is illegal? Why pleasure is illegal? Shuriken, hello, nice to friends. Have March 32nd. Hope everyone's doing well. Yan, thank you. How are you? Message retracted, but we read it. So, why is it illegal? Now we just need Fruity Cutie. Yes, we're missing Fruity Cutie. And, it's okay, Chad. So, why is joy legal? Why is pleasure illegal? Why is just flirt illegal? Michael King, I'm Tantra coach, Tantra therapist. We're going through a very specific case with Timothy Chadwell right now. And we have this terminology in the previous live stream. We were talking about how a lot of people perceive joy as illegal, and they use suffering suffering as currency to purchase the right to experience joy, to experience pleasure. So they buy it through suffering. But it leads them to spiraling down the suffering trap all along, because they start fearing joy. Because when you're buying joy with suffering, you start fearing joy because you know that you need to pay for it with something painful. Are you a minor, miss? No, I'm major. Last question from me. What are your thoughts about this Gen Z and Gen Alpha? How you view this Gen love? I don't know any concept of it. But stick around, I guess. Also, consider working with me directly on your issue in privacy, human renaissance on my website, rawformoflife.com. You look so young, so I didn't know how to answer. No, I am 31 years old. What's the meaning of life? I don't know. Why do you care about the meaning of life? That's my question and response. Reese Witherspoon and Shakira have fused. Kiva, yes, question. No, I'm interested. Why do you specifically care about it? I don't care about the general consensus about it, about the meaning of life. We just here take up space. Who are we? Who do you clump together with? Which group? Little man, hello baby. I thought it was Listerman. Oh my god, Listerman is such a creature, such a character in Russian media. Today I missed the show. Just got home from work. I hope you're on tomorrow. We'll be there. We'll be here. Yes, I am. Tomorrow, by the way, yeah, we'll do a normal stream tomorrow, and then I'll keep you guys posted. Kiva and Mayanka will be sending you slides. Thank you. Are we doing recap before ending? I think so, but we're on to something. So Chess, what do you think happens when people die? They're either put in the coffin in the soil for their body to be eaten by worms, or they are being cremated and turned into ashes. That's what happens after death. What is Tantra? Tantra is the method, is a system of practices that allow you to build psychological resilience as an ability to withstand spontaneity of the world without crashing into crisis, cyclical behaviors, going into dark tunnels, clinging on to some identities, and sticking in life. That also allows you to clear up the concepts that are artificial, that are not authentic to you, through a multitude of practices, meditations, and work with images. And that puts you ultimately on your own path of authenticity, in which you can live a relaxed, pleasant, comfortable life, embodied, fun, playful, and at the same time be able to pivot, be able to overcome difficulties smoothly, always living expansively and in a joy forward fashion. My email and other stuff. Do you know Sting? He does Tantra to his wife. You cannot do Tantra to someone. You can. You can. But it's not that he does it. It's a mutual thing. Consciousness is property of your brain. It's electric activity of the brain. Okay, I'm 35 years old. It's illegal because people want to impose control on who does what, which should be done in principle, but not in love until both sides are fully grown. Okay. I'm always amused by this question, what's the meaning of life? Is it the question we should only be asking ourselves? Exactly. Third generational love, I think, depends on the level of intelligence. So the lower the intellect, the less you can understand love, in my opinion. Love, yeah, it can be very complicated, from animalistic attachment, just cuddles, to connection of minds and mutual development. Slides, okay, got it. I'm going to thank you, madam, ahead of the time before you send them. Спасибо большое. Thank you, Kira. If most things you do is painful, eventually you feel that pain is the only thing that's meaningful. How can I overcome pain? Riley Fantasy, you can consider working with me directly, or you can stick around for streams, and we can work through your issue eventually. So tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 p.m. New York time. I like stick figures. You seem to have like so much energy. What book are you currently reading? None, but the latest one I read was the Glass Bead Game. I stopped reading much during 2020 events. Chad, your messages got retracted. Stopped reading too. Yeah, I did this Glass Bead Game, and it was a strange read, to be honest. But it was very tantric. I have a short video about it, because it showcases the life that is halved when we don't integrate the full existence of a human into our life, purely intellectual without any sensual. So that was something that was disturbing me for the most portion of the book. It's my observation there. Thank you, Chess. So we'll do the recap right now. If there are no questions, and Chad, please think, maybe you can think about something. So today we discussed, in the beginning, in our lecture portion, we discussed the topic of mother versus daughter, the painful inheritance. We looked through the phenomenon of, in general, the perceived deficiency, the woman, the liability, how woman can perceive herself as something unwanted, how through the history of our post-agricultural civilization, pretty much, women in those deficient, resource poor environments develop this feeling of being redundant, needing to become a tool to justify their existence. So this strange dynamic carried over the centuries, when we still see the symptoms of that, when in some tribes females will perform FGM on their daughters because it's for survival, when daughters will be abused because it's kind of for survival, disguised as survival, when the trauma, this tool existence, propagates from generation to generation with this void inside, this insatiable void of a girl who never knew love, who never was seen, who never was validated. And then she passes it down to her children. In the case of a boy, it may create a strange attachment in which a boy is put on the burden of little husband. But when the girl is born, and this mother with the void may see through this deficiency, may see the girl as a rival, may see the girl even as a baby, not as a child, not as a baby to take care of, but as a dangerous other woman who steals attention, who steals my resources, who steals my time, who steals my youth, who steals my opportunities. And in that dynamic, the daughter will grow up chained, indebted to this mother. Her sexuality may end up being distorted, because either she will undergo early sexualization or prohibition of her sexuality. So this daughter will grow up with a whole complex of problems in career, in personal relationships, sense of worth and ease, sexuality, just general comfort in her own body. There always will be this glance backwards, that I need to feel this alliance with my mom, that I need to pay something back, that I need to heal our relationships such that I heal all this thing, this family dynamic, such that I can receive this love, this glimpse of love, such that I can cover the void in my poor little mom who is possessed with this demon. At the same time, so torn because I imprinted this hatred towards my femininity. I imprinted the hatred towards everything that defines a woman to the body. The body must be just a tool to buy resources, because this attitude comes from deficiency. It comes from lack of resource and lack of love, from survival, very basic animalistic survival. So it's better to trade body for resources, or I will be terrified of my sexuality, of my womanhood, because it's dangerous. My mom showed to me that I should not show it. It's very dangerous. So a girl is devoid of major resource because it's either scary, or it's unpleasant, or it's dangerous, or it's not worthy. It's cheaper than money. It's cheaper than some resources for survival. Disconnect with the body, disconnect with potential, disconnect with desires, disconnect with your creativity, disconnect with your ability to enjoy life. These are the things that happen as a result of that. And then this girl, if she gives birth from that state will carry it over. And the cycle will repeat itself. And how to work on that? I called it blasphemy this time. Because mother is sacred, especially child mother. Child mother is a little girl. That's how we see her. That's how we see this vulnerable little creature who sometimes is capable of the heights of love that are very intoxicating, that we crave them. But in most cases, our communication with this mom is incredibly toxic, as if it's possessed with demons. And we live through this fairy tale trying to cherish the idea that my spiritual work, my mental work, my self-bettering will be the gift that I can feed to my mom. I will feed her this love. I will feed her this resource. I will give it to her. And even in healing, girls may have a temptation to devote their own healing to the mother, leaving the void behind, because they never unchain themselves. And that's an inexhaustible process. It's a black hole. It will always bring you disappointment. And what happens when we do something that brings no gratification? When something is an empty, futile attempt? This is when we learn. This is when we crush our self-esteem. And when you bring your gift, when you bring this love, when you try to spoon feed your mom with this love, over and over and over and over, when you only meet emptiness, and you only meet destruction, and you only meet toxicity and lack of understanding, eventually you start depreciating your own love. And that altar, where you devote your entire being, must be destroyed. And that's the blasphemy ritual that you have to perform to free yourself from that multi-generational spell of oppressed women who didn't have bravery to rebel, or didn't have knowledge how to rebel, or maybe didn't have conditions to rebel. Maybe they're terrified to rebel because their survival was at stake. And you have an opportunity to rebel. And I brought up this blasphemous thing in which you look at your mom in the situations that hurt you the most. The situations of betrayal, the situations when she showed you your place, when she demonstrated to you that you're not worthy, that you are some disgusting piece of shit. She chose any man on the planet over you, over being close to you. She trusted just any man over trusting you. And in this ritual, we build it up to such a degree that your deepest shadow, that your deepest aggression, that your deepest rage comes to surface. And you express it, and you find the main questions that you have to this ill humanity. Those people who put themselves through so much suffering, and they drag their children along through that suffering. You bring those questions up with this fire, as you're burning this altar. And you start asking yourself the same questions. If you bastards, you disgusting creatures, incapable of love, incapable of enjoying life as it is, incapable of thinking before doing, you ask them this question, you address it to them in this rage. Ask those questions to yourself and answer them honestly. And that will be your first step to freedom. And then, of course, there's a huge work after you've got the rage done, after you've observed what patterns bother you the most. You need to reflect what was coming from the depth of your mind. What conflicts exist? What conflicts got seeded within you? For example, that sexuality is inherently bad, that it's filthy, that it's dangerous, that you're not worthy of childbearing, for example, that you are not worthy of good treatment, of good relationships. Maybe you will come up with the ideas that your interest, everything you love, is pointless and you can't validate that through this questioning. Catch yourself repeating the same pattern through this ill interaction, through being attached, chained to this altar. And then, after you've done this auditing session, then you work on your body, reconnecting with your body, restoring the body image, feeling your body, reframing it as you're not a tool. You're here to enjoy life. Your body is for enjoyment, your body is for love, your body is for pleasure, as opposed to you are a tool, you're a function. Your body is a function, your body is a tool that you want to hide from people, or through which you object people because you allow them to take advantage of it, because you yourself have a deep belief that it's a tool. So we're framing that into you are not a tool. You're just enjoying life. Your body is for enjoying life. It's the main tool, let's say tool, for enjoying life. Not for acquiring resources. Not for trading it for love. It's your thing for pleasure. And your consciousness here for pleasure and creativity. So your mind is not to be a constant donor of something, to put on this altar, in this black hole. Your consciousness is here to create pleasureful experiences. Your consciousness is here to solve the problems that prevent you from living pleasurefully. You're freeing your mind and your body from alliance with this system that keeps you as a tool, and you turn them into your own tools for pleasure, as opposed to the tools for fulfilling some program. So that was the synopsis there. Slow down, don't turn this into a feminist channel. Joshua, you are very misguided as you sound, because I don't understand how a healthy man can be not feminist, how a healthy man cannot love a free, happy, embodied woman who lives for pleasure. I don't understand how healthy man can be anything against it. So I don't know. The sins of the father are paid for by the son. The sins of the father are paid for by the son. How the fuck am I supposed to make a kid when I'm doomed to chain them to all my selfish issues about me and other people? Work on yourself. I did everything I could to help and be there for my mother, and then during a small argument when I was 28, she told me to kill me. We're onto something. And now you are following the script because your mother's beliefs hold a lot of weight, or what? If we looked at the facts. See, this isn't that kind of stream, friend. Maybe you'd be better off keeping your eye on the topic we're covering. Trading my body for resources isn't the only way I can access them, but I'll be damned if the not perceivably the quickest and easiest. Is that really so bad? Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, the official gypsy. Thank you, Kiva. I'm happy you enjoyed it. It put me through a roller coaster inside. I don't know why. I need to work on that. Because I want my woman only for me. I don't share my woman. I don't know what you're where did you derive that that's weird. How is that? I don't know. It's thanks for venting. No, I'm not Czechoslovakian, no. Woman is not a property. I hope that you will open up to the idea that woman is not a property, that you can meet an equal partner, female partner, who will be charged, who will be energetic, who will be living her life, and who will be vibrant, living by your side, not in your possession, who you won't need to control, with whom you will be able to thrive creatively as a human and enjoy life. I really wish you experienced that, and without feeling that any freedom of another person would be threatening your well-being. Мудрая наша Настя, сердце доброе у вас самой, это передается через экран. Какой у вас прекрасный слог, радость для ушей. Моя дорогая, вам цветочки, потому что вы цветочек. Спасибо, Киюшка. All the best. Спасибо, Киюшка. Мне очень приятно. If you want to possess women, you need to move to Iraq or Afghanistan. May you and маленький Kuzi have a good night. Thank you so much. Kuzi is already kind of low-key having a good night. So, thank you so much, Кива. Очень нежные слова. Мне так приятно, Кива. Well said, sister. An equal partnership is the only productive kind, I think. No possession involved. Yeah, and to come to that, you probably need to go through some turmoil of desiring possession, but the ease and freedom that you feel when you are in the same wave and just together, developing, facing the world, is very enriching. Because otherwise, it's possession games. They are short-circuited, they're self-exhaustive. Can I look to how my mother works on herself in order to work on myself? I feel like the work she has done hasn't stopped me from feeling like she doesn't totally see me as a real person. That's a normal thing. I don't want to make my kids feel like that. That's a good point. To see someone as a real person, as a standalone human, not an extent. I think the issue happens when people, again, you see someone as your function and see someone as your extension. You don't see, that's when it feels like you're not seen as a real person. When people have some very strong concept about you, that nothing that you say kind of hits the spot. So they have this idea of yourself, and you cannot beat that. So with that, an important tool, Riley, an important tool here is to practice with people around you, to see them in dynamics, to see them as clearly as possible. Because if you have some concept about your mom, that how she should behave, what constitutes your mom, what your fantasy about your mom is, that's a mistake. That's a symmetric mistake. When you appreciate your mom for who she is, like factual, you look at what she does, what she performs in life, how she organizes her life, this is when you will have the most clear understanding of what your mom constitutes. And the same with partnerships, same with children. You look at them as standalone humans, as opposed to your own functions, from whom you have expectations. You lift expectations, and this is when you can see clearly. Another tool here is, besides an internal work, acknowledge where you run in circles with your mother, for example. You have those circular conversations. You know that your mother will be talking about the same thing. So your mom will say this, then you will respond with this, then your mom will say this, then you will respond with this, and it's never new. Never new. So you're just going in these cycles of communication. It can be cycles with emotions. So what you can do when you acknowledge that we had this conversation bazillion times. I know exactly that after A there is B. After B there is C. After C there is D. I've known that. Then here you say, like, you will wait probably like 48 hours and then the cycle repeats. Now you've been there a million times. Catch yourself. Why am I here? Why? Why am I in this circular dynamic and this cyclical behaviors over and over and over and over? And what you should do, in place of, for example, your mom says, when will you find a better job? You're like, the mom, I will, blah, 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 not a good moment, la, 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 also there's some problem, la, la, la. You do this dump on your mom. She asks you, for example, how is your work doing or how is your something doing? Respond something else. Acknowledge yourself as a developing individual. Exit this cycle. Break it. Make yourself a subject. This is the beauty of self-identification as a subject, as opposed to the member of the system. You can pivot. You have free will here. So think about the objectives of communication and break the cycle once, 2 times, such that you acknowledge, you realize that your brain is not just donated into some circular dynamic. Your brain is actively working right now. You are changing. And so you will be presenting yourself in a different light, and you will trigger your mom to not respond. See, you will break the pattern, because people ride those carousels all the time in every relationships. There are predictable conversations. When I talk about my life, oftentimes my stepfather super loves to bring up how medical system is distorted, how everything is going in decline. At the same time, some contradictions happen. Every single time the goal is to crank up the heat, crank up the tension, and release it, but in a way that it just keeps perpetuating the tension. I caught myself entering those systems over and over. Somehow the topics of me living in the US sparks this thing, as if my parents are there to solve some of my disagreement with something. And I spark that through my perception that my parents must save me from something. Deep, I'm unaware of that. I just induce it automatically. And we end up yelling at, for example, medical system. We yell at medical system when in reality I want to yell at my parents. Save me, or you created this experience for me. And my parents want to yell at me in response. So we enter this circular dynamic of inducing the habitual scenario, the cycles. So with that, Riley, this is recommendation to bring more awareness to conversation where you have cyclical dynamics with your, let's say, parents, and take a first step to break it. Chad, good night. I hope you will have a productive night reflection, perhaps. I want you to think about this thing, why every joyful experience has the burden. How to remove the burden, just have joyful experience without any biases. That's my wish for you, to find that pure joyful experiences without any payment, without any diminishing thing. So, Riley Fantasy. That's what you can practice in every relationship. Remove circular dynamics. Exactly, a relationship with synergy, that's a whole different ball game. For people who've never experienced such a relationship, a unit that's worth more than the sum of its parts. Exactly. You're not your mom, and you should not be trying to mirror your mother. You should be yourself. But that's the trick. That's the whole point. But good luck trying it in practice without tools. You also have to take into consideration that a lot of people are NPCs. A lot of people are an NPC, but watch yourself when you are the actionable character. Watch yourself getting into these. Everyone can become an NPC in these things. It's very cool to identify as an actionable character. I'm so cool, but there are domains in which you are an NPC. You can have peak awareness, but your mom's glance will trigger you to no end to go into this milking for a victimhood, for example. Expressing some whining that you wanted, but you couldn't directly address it. Unloading emotions through someone. Everyone can turn into an NPC like this. Just find a good trigger. And people usually know how to trigger that. It's a fight or flight interaction, an attack on our nervous system. Reaction. Why do your eyes glow like that? They're radioactive. No. Interesting. What race is your boyfriend? Guys, she's not single, she's multiple. Like Naruto, she's always using a shadow clone. Exactly, Chunky Cat, thank you. I agree with having an equal partner, but I disagree with the woman who wants to be promiscuous. Do you disagree with yourself? What's promiscuity in general? There's so many reasons for choosing multiple partners. There is basic one limitation that is based. It is hygienic limitation. Otherwise, there's multitude of reasons, and there's nothing conceptually wrong with that. It's all the concepts. What's your degree and what's your name? No answer. Do you have a degree or are you this wise and articulate on your own? I am, thank you for your compliments. I have bachelor's degree in physics. Then I have a PhD degree in microsystems engineering, and I also have Tantra coach, Tantra therapist certification. Practiced all on my own, on myself, not on my own, with a teacher, with a team of teachers. You're gorgeous. Promiscuity is subjective. Yeah, promiscuity is defined by the society that we live in. There were societies for whom promiscuity was not promiscuity, it was something normal. Because, for example, some societies, they don't identify as separate entities. They identify as a society. So every member is sacred, clean, and beautiful and cool. And everyone mate with each other. So, now just listening to the rest of the conversation, wrapped up the notes already. Cool, Kiva. Yeah, we're just finishing it up, I guess, at this point. So, also, promiscuity is subjective. There are tribes who glorify a woman having many partners for genetic selection. So, it's really subjective. There are also tribes in which, if there are not many resources, and that's actually, I think, the West is tending in that direction. When resources are more scarce, then woman, for example, will marry the whole family of all brothers in the family, because it takes more work to sustain a family. So they have multiple husbands. So usually the customs in some area I read about it, the custom is that woman just marries all brothers simultaneously, and they live like a big family. And I'm having tea, of course, at the same time. Yeah, today broke the record of not drinking, I think. 4.5 hours already. How do you feel about their Temis second mission? I don't feel anything about it, to be honest. So, ew. Ronnie J. Ew. People are so cute. Really, so you know quantum physics proves that cause and effect are real. Give me more details, please. Quantum physics proves that cause and effect are real. Quantum physics. Quantum physics, you know, it was very fashionable when I was doing physics. Every person who was not related to physics would come visit my parents, for example. They're like, nuclear physicist, because in Soviet years and Soviet culture, nuclear physics was very popular. It was a hot topic, obviously. And Russia had a lot of nuclear things going on. So it was something, if you're a physicist, everyone, nuclear physicist. And now it's quantum physics. Quantum physics is some... Quantum physics that I used was used for creating radiation stable solar cells for space, if you're wondering. I remember when I was younger, I never cared. I didn't even care if the girl was dating someone else. Something about the red pill movement has warped men's minds, mine included. Yeah, it's again, my whole understanding of things is that every phenomenon has economic, basically resource acquisition reason for it. And also people have huge discrepancy in their cognitive structure. Not everyone will be able to grasp nonlinear phenomena. Not everyone will be able to work on abstract things. Not everyone will be able to operate with very complex systems understanding. And that, of course, shapes, multiplied by resource acquisition. People start finding the ways to design their life in the most reasonable way. And at the same time, our psyche also responds to those restrictions. When people live in tightening environments where resources are scarce, then there is desire to control more. There is a desire to possess. There is a desire to freeze and stick with something, and people develop this control anxiety almost. In that sense, a woman becomes an asset as the bearer of life. I want to control my life. I want to control the workforce. I want to control as many things as possible. I will be controlling this woman because I need to control resources, because I have a lot of anxiety about resources. So that's, I think, the premise for that. And red pill, in fact, it is based, it revolves around richness. It revolves around coping with anxiety about resource acquisition. Because that's the movement that glorifies David Goggins and acquiring as much resource as possible at an expense of everything almost. Jason Strauss, go to the mirror and do it to yourself. String theory proves that we're all connected mentally. To what capacity? To what capacity? People can't even understand. You're telling, imagine Joshua not. Imagine, you're thinking about mental connection with someone when people can't even understand each other by directly saying what they want to convey. You're saying that we're mentally connected somewhere. Or maybe emotionally, but it's not string theory. It's our brain responsivity to very minute movements of the face, to sounds that we make. We have this intuition that's accumulated through years of exposure to the same stimuli, to the extent that they became our survival automations. It doesn't need to be that complex. It doesn't need to go into some depths in order to make it make sense. But I think there's contradiction that even in a direct dialogue, people don't understand each other. They fail to understand each other. I do have a habit of seeking out and staying in an environment that is small and has minimal resources to allocate. I feel like the more limited resource I have, the more control I can have over myself. That's a very interesting observation. Very interesting observation. What implications does it have on your life? It makes us revolt women everything, hence lack of marriage and everyone else. The marriage is also an artificial institution in the sense when it's, imagine what marriage entails. Like a conventional marriage. I'm not talking about that you yourself validated your connection with your partner. You are intimate, so you validated that connection. You defined it. Marriage is bringing government inside of your relationships. It's to such extent an interesting system when you need an external observer, external control to validate your relationship. It's to such extent slavery of mind to feel this way, the essential role of it. Because you yourself should be able to validate your relationship with your partner, in my understanding. It is a supplemental thing. The marriage with the government is a supplemental thing, but in some idealistic picture of the world, the marriage should hold no weight other than some legal thing. Like we're filing taxes together and we're interacting with the system in a certain way. But when marriage becomes this spiritual institution that introduces this observer quality control and stuff, when it's not your own will to live well, but because there's institution in place, that I think is a little bit of a problem. We have tea discussions. Here's another dimension in a good way. PLF. Pacifica hair conditioner, please. Thank you for compliment. A lot of people use gods as that external validation. Are you religious at all? No, I'm anti-religious actually. I myself, I am anti-religious because for that reason. I agree it's a bit of a problem. Yeah. Маленький, прощёный пупсик. Мой псин. Мой псин любимый. Маленький мой псин. Что ты кряхтишь? Что ты кряхтишь? Что ты кряхтишь? Что ты кряхтишь? Мама задерживается. Долго сегодня. Долго. Маленький мой, да. You never see his full charisma because he for some reason always tries to freak out when he comes to me. Да. Вот она. I believe men tend to be more romantic-minded. Marriage means more to us for some reason. Maybe because of the idea of ownership, like you alluded to. Yeah, to seek that guarantee. My work in general, if you're new to my channel, as a Tantra coach, Tantra therapist, is to build this internal support, rather, that will accommodate healthy attachment. As opposed to finding leverage, as opposed to finding some singular tools, some locks, some handles to preserve something, to hold on something, to restrict, to retain something. The opposite of that is to flow, to let things flow. And at the same time, you are developing the capacity for the things to flow. You are developing the capacity to conduct experiences. That's the vector of work. Shih Tzu, no, he's your Poodle. I'm sorry, Sister T is one of those areas where I voluntarily let my ADD get the better of me. No worries. I mean, enjoy. A small hairball she was holding, not so cute. Camera shy boy. Yeah, he was like... He actually, my parents' dog and my dog, they both dislike camera. Like, he might be doing the cutest thing on the planet. You try to take a photo. When he sees it, he's like, no, or leaves. was getting lost in the tea discussion. The pup is a critically important part of the stream. His full contribution is covered, but make no mistake, he nice to have synergy. Yeah, we do. What a host. Yes. I don't know if marriage means more to men. I don't know. Depends on the person, I guess. I don't know. I feel like the idea of marriage, the concept, how men envision it, is becomes meaningful at some point in life. I've known men who want marriage as a fact. They don't want a specific experience. They don't want a specific like life experience. It's like for them it becomes like a status symbol. So I know that sect of men who will be regarding it as a status symbol. Like if you're not married, something's off with you, you know. And they pursue that to cover that feeling that something's wrong with them, as opposed to wanting intimacy with a specific woman. We had discussion prior to that on virginity at the age of 30. Same thing. It's not that the focus is on intimacy with that desired woman. It's not the focus on pleasure. It's not the focus on the experience. It's the focus on the fact that it is a status symbol. I feel like a lot of my experiences are overshadowed by that little part of me that knows I don't mean mean a whole lot to the grand scheme of things, the people I'm having the experience with. Any tools to break that feeling. I feel like a lot of my experiences are overshadowed by that little part of me that knows I don't mean a whole lot to the grand scheme of things. Yes, it's experience. You're focusing from concept, you're focusing to experiences. Watch my other live streams, and we have some practices and workflows for that. How to switch, how to start learning, how to learn, in fact, how to master the skill of experiencing. Because this big, small, if it's a concept, this means that it's there and then. Concepts are there and then. It means that I lost contact with now, here and now with my body. Because your body is always experiencing life only in the now. All emotions, all feelings are only in the now. There are no emotions or feelings anywhere. You may think that there are, because your thoughts can travel back and forth and fantasize. But your feelings are always here and now in your body. Your body doesn't exist anywhere else, only here and now. So your feelings are experiences. All of your senses, all of your nerve endings, every detector on your body is source of experience. So we learn in Tantra, we learn to move from there and then to here and now, and to connect concepts and reconnect concepts and feelings, to see how feelings live in the body. So that's an important work. Every time I try to take a picture of my dog when he's doing something goofy, it's almost as if he knows. It's almost like a quantum spooky momentum. Okay, my tea loves. At what age did you learn English? More articulate than most of us Westerners. It's indeed a status symbol for those of us who care about status. I mean, in Russia you learn English since kindergarten / early since school. But I had terrible English growing up because we had such a system of learning. And for 3 years, we had a teacher who was terrifying. We studied the hardest topics such as present perfect, past perfect, and indirect speech in that span of time. And it's very easy to make mistakes there because in Russian, present perfect and past perfect, they're expressed as you're saying, for example, you're saying, I have been sitting on the couch. In Russia, you will just say, I am sitting on the couch for the past 2 hours, for example. So just specify the time frame, and it means that it started in the past and now it's moving on. So in English, it's totally different concept. That's why it's hard topic. Then also, um, indirect speech topic is how you adjust the times, the tenses. That was hard. Also, articles still are my trouble. I I suffer so much through articles. I don't know. Now I'm also learning Italian, and it's absolutely nuts with articles. But articles also don't exist in Russian. So my English, regardless, was terrible. And I learned the bulk of it in the span of 9 months when I needed to go to the US. So every day I was working on it. Not to take away from what you're talking about, but you're so stunningly naturally. Thank you so much. If you have a man, he's truly lucky. Thank you, Niall Pinette, for your graceful compliment. And I really appreciate it. Good points, madam. Thank you, Kiva. I had an old coworker. He had the same Russian accent as you, and every time he opened his mouth, I couldn't help but listen adamantly. I'm an English speaker. How hard do you think it would be to learn Russian? Oh my god. Try it. I don't know. Maybe you will have affinity to it. But it is difficult if you don't have proper motivation. If you don't find like genuine fascination and application for it, I think you will not be encouraged because it is a different language. Word order doesn't exist. Articles don't exist. And a lot of, times are simpler. We have present, past, and future, but nevertheless, with um, with a lot of things being implicit, it's again different psychology of language, and also with word order. Another note, actually, the difference. I oftentimes have impatience when I talk to English speakers because in Russian you can frivolously choose word order. For example, I need to know one bit of information. And this bit of information happens to be in the end of the sentence because of the English word order. But I just can't. This millisecond that's required to go through that sentence to the goal that I need to grasp. I need to hit this goal ASAP. It irritates me. Because I know that in Russian, for example, it would be like, I don't know. I don't want to think of an example, to be honest. I think you're my motivation. Riley Fantasy. Stick around. Stick around. Keep being fueled. A Russian friend of mine, YouTube friend, he's a physicist like you. His English is very eccentric. Some might say broken, but he knows exactly how to use all my antiquated phrases. Yeah, because of the frivolousness of Russian speakers abuse English in creative ways. I know just shared about the Russian language helped me so much in understanding Vanya's sentence structure. Priorities. Everyone will be speaking Russian in no time. Yes, Kiva. Новые русские. Малиновые пиджаки. Raw form. I should make a merch with малиновые пиджаки. Malиновый pidjak is raspberry colored blazer. And it's a staple of the 90s when bandits started appropriating state wealth very rapidly. So there was a huge influx of new money because people started getting like disproportionately rich after the Soviet Union fell, and a lot of the state wealth needed to be located to private entities. So there were those bandits and gangs, and one of the staple things about them was raspberry colored blazers. So they would wear golden chains. They would have big bellies, like super like fat guys, bald fat guys, in sunglasses with golden chain, with first mobile phones, with antenna, and with raspberry colored blazers. So I think I should make a merch like that for Новые Русские. Those guys were called New Russians. That's New Новые Русские. That's what I'm calling you guys. Your particular English sounds like poetry in real time. Thank you so much. Very pleasant to hear. And please tell me about the post-Soviet bandits. Just did. That was a funny time because it was clubbing culture started developing. So there were nightclubs. The split between wealth and wealth was insane. In Soviet in general, most people were poor, but employed, and there were nothing to buy. So nobody cared about wealth as much. I mean, they cared because there was scarcity of resources mainly, but people coming out of the Soviet Union, they suddenly faced the thing in which it was huge resources being appropriate, huge opportunities, and at the same time, huge dangers and stuff. So the discrepancy was crazy. The show business started developing. Russia actually was one of the first LGBT friendly countries. They were in some avant-garde of LGBT in pop culture. We had so many transvestites. We had so many LGBT artists on stage openly. I grew up watching that stuff, so to me it's such a dear genre actually. Drag performers and stuff. But even more with some obscurity, of course, but still fairly. It was just very relaxed. Then also, I don't know, just girls going to those clubs trying to find rich guys. It was such a new thing. Such a new thing. MTV emerged. Russian MTV was absolutely stellar. By now, Vanya and I can pretty much just communicate through a series of grunts, gestures, and expressive blade throwing. Say hi to him. From Nastya. What? Yeah. Yeah, people were definitely having fun back then. But at the same time, it was very risky time. Like, my parents were swinging, they were swinging from no money and no resources, even if you have money, to being very wealthy, being able to afford an apartment. The economy and economical prospects were so wild in that span of time. We had a gap in which we lived very richly. I was going to some private kindergarten, studying languages. My mom was buying some branded clothes and so on. And then, boom, everything. To the degree where my dad, I guess, got into some debt. And that night, one night, he came, when mom and I were going to sleep, he shows up at home and with two beefy guys, and they take out the fridge. So that was the range. So animated, love it. Join in. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 p.m. New York time. We're streaming, but the times are going to change. By the way, I'll be making an announcement soon. Your views on Moon and the current world state. I don't know. I mean, the world is always funny. Like we discussed here, to this topic, to tie it back. Most people are screwed up. Why? Because everybody tries to survive. Why do they need to survive this way? Why do they need to survive in self-repression? Because it's been centuries of slavery for most people. Because of, I mean, we grew up as hunter-gatherers, and then we started having private property and eating shitty diets. That's in a nutshell, perhaps why. So people started having more quantity over quality. Hypothesis. So, whatever rulers, whatever, anything, the world is always going through something in a pretty stable fashion, I should say. I'll tell him that you, a fellow Russian physicist, say hello. Heck, he may end up in the chat one day. That would be that would be cool. I stopped clubbing only a short time ago. Do you think the clubbing scene contributes to some people's skewed perception of partners? I don't know. I think in clubbing it's actually very pure. If you are authentic there, dance is actually one of the tools for connecting with yourself fully. It might actually be a good idea for people who have some stagnation in their relationship to bring their partner to the club and get yourself unleashed in the dance. But I'm a dancer, so I love dancing. I don't know. I never drank in the clubs because I dance. I never did anything in the clubs. Not that I went there much, usually with trusted company. But that's where your full nature can actually wake up. It's a really cool practice. I don't know, Scoot? That doesn't have to be clubbing, I would say. All it can take is having some pattern in your mind. Then you have skewed perception of people, of world in general. Where are you from? Yes. Yeah, the world is definitely funny as hell. I said earlier you're anti-religion. Some of my favorite ideologies have anchors in the fact that God is a comedian. Kivan, цветочки. I love pink colors so much. Thank you for bringing it here. So, I am anti-religion. You see, I have strange perception in that because I know that religion can become helpful for people, for sure. For myself, I'm anti-religion. I should specify that. For myself, I'm anti-religion, and it is something that I regard as the ultimate tool for enslavement of mind, primarily, that leads to enslavement of everything else. That's why I'm anti-religion. That's why it cannot be a part of my picture of the world. Cannot. Because anything that instills dogma, that prevents human from expressing natural curiosity, which is a natural property of the human brain, that is natural entity because humans are part of nature, everything that impedes on human curiosity, and even like mental experiments, even on mental what ifs, that I think is a tool of enslavement. And there are plenty of ways that religious dogma, there are plenty of forms that religions take that can lead to very huge constraint on natural property. And I don't like violating natural laws. Which you may say that, where are your 10 kids if you don't like violating natural laws? You should be reproducing like crazy. Of course, sure. But there is some element of hypocrisy to that. And what is natural is also very disputable thing. But curiosity is something that drives human. Some curiosity is a part of an essential part of creativity. Curiosity is a natural part for survival, optimization of life. That's why I think that it's a fundamental property and infringement on freedom of curiosity and connection with self is wrong. That's my basis for this idea. We have some illegal proposals here. I can never hear enough personal accounts of life in Soviet and post-Soviet Eastern Europe. I find most fascinating, maybe because I have many friends from that neck of the woods. Yeah, it's really a really cool time. I mean, that's definitely personality shaping experience. God made me awkward in every other part of his life, but he gave me dancer's feet. So, for being so young, I have a good grasp of history and clarity. I'm not that young, Jeff. And I also had so many experiences, I feel like. I was like speeding through experiences that people sometimes don't speed through. Maybe that's why. Ben is missing us. Okay, Ben, we also miss you. Stay. Good point. Is Russia a Christian country? What's the history there? Yeah, they fused, actually several years ago, they fused church and government, which is, you cannot, it's illegal to say anything against the church now. It's not. So, with actually the 90s and 2000s, it's a striking contrast. Russia had the most fun times probably in 2010s and then till 2015 maybe, and then it started just going folk, embracing the folk culture, and then from folk they go to uh, orthodoxy and stuff. It's like some strange soup. Are your religious feelings the norm? Are your religious feelings the norm over there? Just curious. Over the. Got it. My religious feelings are. I mean, there's no such thing as norm. Mathematical norm. I don't know what demographics thinks about that. Among the circle that I was in, like are normal, yes. I mean, I studied in Moscow State University. Every year it graduates 400 students from physics department alone. Every year. So I was among the class of 450 students. And that was my circle for several years. And in the company that I kind of found affinity with, these views were, yes, were very common. Agnosticism is a big thing in terms of spiritual aspect or origin aspect of religion. But religion was not practiced. I don't know anyone who practiced religion or had any association with it. I don't know. My family also is secular, but my family is weird because we don't discuss these matters. My family fundamentally is secular, but I am baptized. For any case, how it was called. But I had a moment when I was religious as a teenager. Nobody was saying anything to me. My mom is not religious, my dad is not religious, my stepfather is not religious, but my stepfather's father was a professor of economics who also studied theology. And he had very interesting outlook on religion. But my stepfather's mom, who his father absolutely hated and called her a foolish woman, he disrespected her so much. So she kind of was living separate life. She was insanely religious, but at the same time she was not practicing what she was preaching. So it was a strange thing. And then so my step grandfather was curious about philosophies and religions. My stepfather is everybody was baptized, but everybody had very critical view of religions, and we never discussed them. It was not a part of our culture. My family is more academic, other than spiritually bound, traditionally bound, let's say. And my family doesn't obey almost any tradition. They hardly celebrate anything. So, and pretty extravagant people in general. So that's what my background constitutes. And my brother spontaneously at the age of 5, without any influences, he decided to start going to the church, and he decided to become super religious. So whenever we travel somewhere or walk past church, he would ask to go buy something. He would bring we went to Greece once and went to a monastery, and he asked my mom to give him money. He went to the store, the monastery, and he purchased some religious things for himself and for dad also, as a gift. It was incredibly cute. But then sometime later, comes out of his room, like maybe a year later, he comes out of his room one day and announces that there's no God. I'm a materialist now. So that was my brother's spiritual path. And now he's very cute. Also, I mean, he's challenging these things. He's been studying Nietzsche, and we had conversations about religions and the roles of religions. So it's something that he discusses because he's in a multicultural environment now, so he gets exposed to a lot of things. But that, yeah, in my family, it's secular, and everyone does whatever they wish. So spirituality is intimate life of every member of my immediate family. And in my own family, spirituality is also something that we discuss more like a separate from we basically, our curiosity, our impulse, and our context of life comes first with spirituality, and it's more in the realm of mental work. So it has always practical value. That's why I was drawn to Tantra, because Tantra is more of an engineering other than theoretical school. So that's how it is in my personal family. Curiosity developed humanity's awareness, and religion developed humanity's moral compass. Yes. And moral compass is a method of control. Russian Orthodox Christianity akin to Roman Catholicism, but Russian, I guess. You look like Jennifer Lopez. Ooh. Skewed compass, but I'd be lost without religious people teachings of right and wrong. Again, we live in an abstract environment nowadays. If you were in the forest living with your comrades and your family, for example, you would probably be well off without the morals. Now we live in an abstract environment with abstract economics, with abstract resource trading. This is why we need some guide, because if you do something wrong in the wild nature, you're going to be punished immediately by nature. So there is the reason in nature. When you violate some fundamental law in nature, there's a instant karma, let's say. In the world where we take advantage of each other, in the modern economy, everybody takes advantage of each other to trade good, number one, for what? To trade a good. We all manipulate each other, essentially. We all take advantage of each other. Pass down the equivalent of value onto each other. And that's where moral compass is necessary. Because we need some reasonability. We need some rules for how we coexist in an abstract, difficult environment. Without, even nowadays, economy became even more abstract. Because a lot of the things don't have tangible value equivalent. The value of many things is abstract. When you're hungry, however, you feel the value of food, for example. When you're thirsty, you feel the value of beverage. But the value of commodities, the value of things of luxury, the value of things that are very arbitrary is hard to measure. John Holmes can't help but ask, but inquire, are you gay? Yes, I am gay. Sly. Sorry for stereotypical reference, guys, if anyone is gay. Separate church and state would be good. But then state is also driven by things that are similar to religion. And with centralization, it's also an institution that resembles religious institution. So I think they are, because they feel affinity to each other because they're so similar conceptually. What is a quantum norm? You mean, are you quizzing me on something or what? Daniel Landrum is reporting that he's going to sleep naked tonight. Sleep naked every night, Daniel. That's the best way to sleep. It's so restful. It's so nice. Just recommendation here, get yourself a beautiful down-filled blanket. Get crisp cotton bedding, sheets. And then get a spare sheet such that you can fine-tune your thermal regime. Open your window and enjoy. How amazing it is. And shower before bed. In general, shower twice in the morning and then to feel fresh. And then before bed, you take a warm shower with some super delightful gel or something, with something aromatic, maybe drops of essential oil somewhere in the bottom. In warm water, clean yourself, prepare a glass of water, and go subscribe to my newsletter to not miss out on the practice that I am about to post. Do that practice. Relax so deeply and drift into the most beautiful sleep with your fantastic naked body, Daniel. My blessings to that endeavor. My name is Ben reports that he's Jewish. Are you Jewish by faith or a secular Jew? Oh, you're Jewish but not religious. So you're secular Jewish. Do you believe in quantum norm? I need more information on that. Yeah, actually, I met a lot of Jewish people who are not religious, but such an interesting, it's also such an interesting identity, because it's, I wonder how much the culture, self-perception is affected by religious background of Jewish general culture, because there seems to be some unique interplay. It's like post-religious thing. I don't know how to explain it. It's a paradox that I don't fully understand. Do you have anything towards a creator? Yes, I do. Creative force, creator. Yeah, I don't deny the existence of, and it's not existence per se. Again, I said it is a feeling. The feeling of God, I am fully, yes, I feel it. I feel. Speaking of existence, what is existence? Is it some material form, measured form? In what conditions measured? So what is existence? Is my feeling existence? If my feeling is existence of God, then yes, it is. And creator, yes, creative force is how I also, it's one of the facets of it. And creative forces, I feel that are a fundamental property of a human, our cognition. And that's our craving in life. That's our mental craving. It's a fundamental property of our mind, I think. Your stepfather's view on religions, what were they? Not believing, but also feeling, I feel like. Questioning it. Being able to have a discourse about it. I feel like that's my whole family feels this way. That there's a source, connection to the source, that's felt. But things revolving around religions and religious dogma and culture surrounding religions, that's something that was always openly disputed, questioned. Now, I'll need to say this carefully, and please don't feel compelled to respond, but someone over there really wants to get the old band back together, but with the new name and look, same sound. What do Russians feel about Bukharian? I don't know. You need to ask specific Russians. I don't feel anything about them. There's more to our lives than we can see. There's only so many words and ways we can explain it. Then there's anti-Russian slogans. It's interesting. My brother had a master's degree in theology, also abandoned the faith at some point, not long ago. I got him to hop back on the wagon. It's interesting that those so close. Hello, Mike. Just joining. Paxton B, but hope you're doing well. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much, Paxton. Welcome back. Russian Rosie Perez. Need to create a library of characters that resemble to you. What do people like? What do people like you do for fun? What do people like me do for fun? I mean, I do solving. A lot of things I do, actually, most things I do are for fun. I solve, close. You see, this is my most recent project. I even haven't chopped some threads yet. But yeah, it's not finished on the back. But this is my art. I also paint sometimes, but I find more fulfillment in making clothes. I also cook for fun. I also do gardening for fun. Right now I have a garden, and I do even some home remodeling for fun. I shop for fabrics for fun because that stimulates my imagination very strongly. I do my live streams for fun. I work as a Tantra coach for fun. That's also my super cool project. Then I study Italian for fun, and I embrace my ideas for fun. That's a super cool practice as well, to cultivate excitement, and then you can have so much spark. And when you sit with your ideas, when you sit with your inspiration for fun, also works wonderfully. It's one of the things. Then I don't know. I mean, relationships are fun. My dog is fun. Even struggles are fun. I love struggles as well. Sometimes I struggle. Sometimes I face certain things that are very puzzling, that make me very frustrated. And solving those things also my kind of fun. When I like don't when I like tell myself what the fuck is happening, why is it bothering me so much, I solve that, and it's also for fun. Then I love also taking pictures of my clothes, my fashions, and making posts, like, or making short videos for Instagram. Also fun. Dancing. Then I don't know, just I'm very playful in general. So I mean, everything I do is some form of entertainment for me. Just I'm playing. That's my vibe. Ah, yes. I do this, have done for decades. 2 showers a day. Cleanliness is wonderfully relaxing, but I've not yet hopped in fancy essential oils bandwagon. Non-religious Jews do get lost, or the point is becoming extinct. But I think it's still, I mean, there's special energy that I notice. I don't like to generalize people by groups necessarily, but I've always find so much connection and spark, some very strong, powerful energy from when I meet Jewish people. I feel like there is some affinity still existing, which, no matter whether religious or not, there's something that sparks this recognition and this, I don't know, this overall idea, the feeling of life still exists, is still unique, I think. Yeah, Babushka lady, did you read my comment? Or is it just a video where you pre-recorded talking and the chat is just a response and not an active participation? Of course. Of course, that's what it is. Dedushka Patrick. I just love your stream and your personality. You seem so great and you've been so kind to me. I really appreciate it. I'm very happy to read this, Paxton Beef. And Kiva, thank you for Tsutachki. Patrick the bag. Patrick the bag. Leave the chat. Or I'll leave you from the chat. Let's just do this. What do you do? Do you harass or bully me? Do you misinform unwanted commercial content? What do you identify as? This is unwanted commercial content or spam. We'll remove this guy. Hello, friends from the Dominican Republic. We see you, dear Sheila Island living. Welcome. Your sewing and tailoring is always most impressive, sister. This is such a useful and practical, but also creative and expressive hobby. Yeah, it is. The perfect fusion. This dress, oh my god, remember it used to be with this diamond neckline? This diamond neckline top is now the sleeves. So, the previous iteration, it was line top before this thing. It was perfect size and shape for making a sleeve. Because sleeve, when you tailor it, it looks like this. Where are we? Let's erase this. And the sleeve pattern is like this. Whoop. So that was my top before, effectively. Perfect fit. I was so happy that I didn't need to spare more material than I could. Which would mean I would need to buy more of this fabric. It's perfect. So, listening to you is fun, Blade Master. Thank you. Stick around. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're streaming at 5 p.m. New York time, but soon the time will change. I think you're stronger than you are, Patrick the Bug. You assume you're making assumptions, and you're most important, you're making assumptions that I have a concept about my strength. I don't at all. So I don't think about it. And yeah, I left you from the chat. Because Michika is never boring. Yes, he is. He's always my other boy. What time is it in Russia right now? I have no idea. Probably 7 hours away. I'm in New York. You can never have too many flowers, Kiva. Kiva knows. Yeah, I love flowers so much. I celebrate certain personal discoveries with flowers. That's my new ritual, let's say. Patrick, it's an unforeseen twist. This was recorded earlier, but nice Jesus psychic. Yes, I am. Oh, she didn't like it. No, I liked it, Patrick. I'm sorry, I love you, Ben. Give more flowers. That's a pleasure. Good day, the Black Pianist. Thank you. I'm assuming you're going to head out, so see you next time. Thank you for being with us. Kiva with beautiful flowers. Being able to turn one garment into another but have the resulting garment look so smooth and natural, that's awesome. Requisite of serious brain power. Oh my god. It was tough. It was tough by the end. What was tough? The sleeves were tough, actually. Not how to make them, because I wanted them gathered in the end. I really like when I made them, when I stitched them in, that was the length that I could afford because I ran out of fabric. So that was the length, and I didn't like how they looked straight. But then how do I gather it? So I put this thing where you feed the drawstring inside and gathered it. It turned so forced, with mini wrinkles going like. So I was undoing this. And then, of course, all of these things require work. And I also needed to retailor it a little bit, so it was a little bit of annoying work. Why can't I remove this guy? How old are you? A woman in her 30s. You speak English very well. You have intelligent conversation, very fresh and changed. Jeff, thank you so much. Looks great. The sleeves lend a bunch of visual interest that way. It's actually not done. On the back, I have a thing. It's open back that I want to tie, but I don't know how yet. So you see, there's this thing, and I want these cords to feed through to gather it a little bit. That's my next quest. I need to find how to do it such that it's not yucky. Where are you from? I'm a stardust. I'm a star seed. Oh, like this, right? You have school tomorrow? You want to pick me up? Or what? Great colors. That's sherbet. The dress, you mean? It's like more beigeish orange. Couple more flowers to go. You got divine energy going on. Thanks for responding to Verily. Honestly, you're a bit of a psych. I'll be a fan for life. Have a good evening. Riley, thank you so much. And stick around. Join us for more. We have different topics every time. And yeah. And if you have any questions, proposals, you can always drop them in the comments or email me. This is my email, info. This is info, realformoflife.com. Also work with me individually if you wish. If you're a fancy guy, fancy girl, fancy person, can work with me individually and I will guide you through the whole course of deep tantric work. Yes, that will be an interesting challenge, but the answer will come to you, I'm sure, in time. Yeah, I just need to take a little break. And, so, Carl, Manchester, thank you. Will you marry me? You said in your proposals. Polygamy is, not lawful in the United States. And I'm not moving somewhere to where polygamy is welcome, let's say. But actually, I think it's many women's fantasy to have a harem of men. To be honest. Down better believe you're a lawyer. Lawyer? Do I project like a lawyer? Do I fit in some stereotype of a lawyer? No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a Tantra coach, Tantra therapist. No, I'm not in Russia. Hee kids. After you said harem. I forgot about it. Where polygamy isn't accepted, it couldn't hear. Yeah, I am not going to move to the country where polygamy is a thing. Welcome. So, is a thing. The dog is here. He's bored because I usually end the streams at 9. Now it's 10:30. So, his routine is being disturbed because he's a very regimented boy. Down there, I've just joined the Russian. Yes, I am Russian. Let's put it this way. Fantasy was discussed in the visualization practice. Yeah. But yeah, so the harem, yeah, a lot of women would say would want a harem of men because I don't know, I think it's one of the difficulties in marriage because marriage kind of closes that reinforcement of being an object of desire, I think. There is some element of that. That's probably what women lack oftentimes. That's where this fantasy that if you have 10 men in your kingdom, then you can have all of that desire, resources, all of these things. Probably one of those fantasies. Got it. One wife is more than plenty. I'll never forget, Kiva. You fight bears often. Oh. Guys, I'm going to Chunky Cat. Doggy demands his cuddle. He demands a game. At night he plays. He plays, walks, and that's our time. Yeah, for that. Let's wrap up, guys. Do you speak Russian? Swimwell is asking. Yes. If dogs' internal clock surf is finely tuned as those of cats, and if they like routine this just as much, that furry little guy is super ready for you to be done. Yes, he is. He's very regimented, yes, and he adheres to ritual so much. How would you keep your harem of men from fighting each other? Why would they fight? There's no competition. There's no ownership, hence there's nothing to compete for. There's just a choice. So, and nobody thinks about it, actually, really, when they think about this fantasy. Not married, got it. Sure. Kiva. I'm officially happy with the 5-hour stream. It's not. Quantum physics, easy answer. My felines are the same. Even the kitten loves her routine and she's only 8 months old. Yeah. I love how that works for them. It just cutifies me so much when I think about it. When there is someone like who's like expecting that, okay, this is what's supposed to be happening. Deliver. It's just so cute. I love it so much. Who am I kidding? I love routine too. I hope this isn't fantasy because this is great conversations. Just keep going. Isaac, try asking 20 more times. Maybe you will hear the response. Wait. Oh, this is how YouTube thinks beautiful person looks like. I pressed on the yeah, we need this for Are You Single? So it was nice hanging out with Chud and you still sorry. It was nice hanging out with Chat and you stimulating opinions. Give me a job. Very nice. Chunky cat. Have a good night. I'm a guy, but I snuck in for this episode. We don't segregate. YouTube filters awesome. Yeah, they have super corny filters. Quadruple. Yeah, exactly. Whoop. Shadow clone just... Okay, I need to save you. Blink more than 22 times. She's an individual. Yes, she's a single. Joshua showed up after recovering from feministic invasion in his world. Hello, welcome back. I am going to wrap up. So, I am taking one more substantial question. And I'm going to sign off. It's been crazy. I mean, actually, I'm making up for yesterday's missed stream. That's what it is. That's why I don't even feel tired, because I'm literally making up for the last stream. I don't feel tired, honestly. Point proven. I wonder, by the way, if I made it to 7,000 followers tonight. I'm curious to check. So, questions. Thanks, and have a good night, Jeff, likewise. Thank you, and have a good night. Oh, what's the meaning of life? Do you really live? When you really live, when you are with the company of your dear friends, splashing in the warm water of some sea on the beach with the sun beaming in your eyes. You have some tasty fruit awaiting for you on the shore. Everything is so playful, and you just can cuddle and throw each other in the sand, play the ball, and enjoy that moment. Do you care about the meaning of life? Do you? You can see the meaning of life only outside of life. When you are in life, when you are living, you're here and now. There's no there and then. Wow, I love you, Ben. Thank you so much for sharing. Built you a boat. You built me a boat. Where is it? Which sea can I test it in? Much love. Have a fantastic night, Chess Channel. Thank you so much. You too. I believe that this world is dominated by the essence of greed, which is a root problem. Your thoughts. Why it bothers you? That's the thing that I would dig into, because root cause of the problem. What problem? What problem exactly bothers you? That's how I would convey the conversation on this topic. Because yes, there is some greed. Greed exists, and what? How does it affect you? What resources are missing from your life? What is lacking in your life that you look into in that direction? What lack does it signify to you? Because there's like greed, there's some big problem. What lack in your life does it signify? That's what I would want to see. Read the book, The Law of Human Nature. Thank you for sharing. You've caused the most interesting group to call us sister in a short time. It's pretty cool. I will set a good example and call it a night. Please take care and have a wonderful one. And very same to everyone. Thank you, Shuriken. Say hi to your wife and to your pets, your lovely pets. Ben, you're flipping so hard. You love me, but life sucks. I don't know why. How it can coexist. Meaning of life is all that is. No, more to that, yes. So, did I answer the questions, or did I see more confusion? Let's sign off. Let's do it. Well, is not greed why the world is in this weird downfall? Why do you care about the world? There must be a reason why you start thinking this way. Your brain drifted to that thing because there's a problem that you're trying to solve. Our brain is picking the phenomena in the surroundings that are likely tied to some problems. Problems being some deficit of some essential resources or self-actualization. So, when something becomes an obstacle, when something becomes a reason, when something becomes a focal point, why? It's another thing also. Sometimes we are artificially, because of some beliefs, we repress ourselves on the way of acquisition of resources, for example. People forget that there are grants for opportunities. There are grants from the government. There's so much help around where you can find resources in some unusual ways. And so we focus on the greed somewhere when we ourselves are not getting resources that we want, that we're entitled by the system. So instead of focusing on the greed of the system, we can focus on how I can acquire more resources, how I can live better life, given the resources that I'm witnessing exist in the society. So why is the focus there? And there are two options. Either we are avoiding solving a problem, or we are trying to solve a problem through focusing on something. I will ponder on your words and give a more clear answer later. And myself don't feel like, but often think about the world in general. Reflect on why you think about the world in those cases. See what circumstances bring you to thinking about the world. Exposure to what triggers that. Thank you, Kiva. Don't go! Don't go! Feel freedom now. Can you duplicate that message, please? It's relevant there. It will be well received. It might be needed. And greed is also, by the way, greed. Why is greed? Because you're so scared that resources will be exhausted. That's the flip side of greed. That I've witnessed how resources are slipping out, like, that I just want to possess as much of the resource But the problem is never in those extremes. The solution is never in those extremes. No, our problem is we can't get over this rock fast enough. Like when mother feels jealous of a daughter's beauty, is that not greed? It's a desire to possess a resource that she doesn't have, that she thinks she needs. So, which means that she does not know what resources she has. She perceives some lack. Greed is a lack. Greed is not desire to have a lot. It's a lack, primarily, I think. Мужа моя пришла. Бопнул мой маленький пупсик. С усисями. С усисями с такими, да. Пришел мой пупсик. But it's important to, in the sense of greed, it's important to see what resources you do have and what resources you really do need. So, and why you need them. For what? Do you want to compete with your daughter for something? What resource do you want to compete with? Are you sure you want to compete with it? Or do you just have an illusion that you need it? We discussed a lot today and I'm glad I was here for it. Kiva, yes, thank you. Thank you for sticking around for our record long stream. Dylan Hyatt, hi babe. Male loneliness epidemic joined. The problem is, again, you see, we discussed, remember Kiva, we discussed this thing, how people, for example, will be having an apartment, like small apartment, but they crave some mansion. But their apartment, they can't maintain that apartment really well. So they have a resource, but they're like, phew, gross resource, I don't need it. And they don't care for it. They want something bigger, better, different, something that somebody else has. But they don't know how to manage this resource. You learn how to get maximum out of your resource. And then you will be automatically presented the gateway to the next level. In your example with mother jealous over daughter's beauty, on the one hand, it could be the reflection of past mistakes that she probably did not sell her beauty properly. That could be a very interesting can of worms. But a lot of times people don't notice resources that they do have because they have concepts about them. Like they have time, but they think that they're giftless, that they're worthless, that somebody needs to give them approval to do what's fun for them, that joy must be bought with suffering. So they have all resources on the planet to do what they would want to hypothetically do, what they see is desirable in somebody else. But they are not taking advantage of that. So they will never move up in getting more resources because they don't pass the exam of showing that they're capable of working with the resources that they are given to manage. Same way you cannot imagine managing 40,000 people corporation if you never managed a single person. That's where, if you have an ambition like that, hire a cleaning service, manage a person cleaning home for you, endure someone doing the job that you're accustomed to performing on your own, and lead this project. And then hire the second piece of staff. And then gradually you will learn how it is to manage people. And then 40,000 people. Поцелуйчик маме сделал, как приятно. Спасибо, моя любовь. And then it will become just a scale up of a known experience. But greed, yeah, is lack. And lack is inability to take responsibility for managing the resources that you possess already. What's the truth when there's only one that we can't all experience it? Why are you asking? Give me an example. What specific area in your life is affected by this? Hi, Emmanuel. Hi. How are you doing today? Wonderfully. How are you? Today, I am conducting my record-breaking stream that's been going on for, I don't know, my clock reset. We started at 5, and now it's been 6 hours. How about that? And I'm still able to go. So, I was getting a lot of energy for this project. I'm good, glad to hear that you're good. Let's meet, Emmanuel. I'm not just a girl talking here. I'm a Tantra coach and Tantra therapist. Today we start off with very complex topic, very fiery, that led to a lot of emotional discharge. And now we're just freestyling based on your questions, guys. So, my website, by the way, if you're interested, rawformoflife.com. And you can work with me individually, or you can join my live streams Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at 5 p.m. New York time. All-nighter. Yeah, Kiva. I'm so tempted. I have, I don't know, some dopamine rush, I guess. Just keep going. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus. Nice to see you, Santa Claus. Thank you for joining. You look like a brunette Pamela Anderson. Woo, that's a new one. Let's chill. Sunatula Hamroev. Let's. Who is not chilling? Emmanuel, thank you so much for your delicate compliment. No mugs or spilled sugars tonight. Actually, God, I need to go. I need to do something. I just remembered I have something in the morning. So I actually better go. I have something, I forgot. Nationality. You sound like some KGB. Oh my God. Okay, guys. I'm going to sign off. Thank you everyone who joined today. Thank you everyone who... Don't go yet. Keep on. Thank you everyone who joined today. Thank you everyone for your generous contributions. Thank you everyone for your kind words, for your questions, for your beautiful inputs and ideas, for your reception, and for emotions, and for flowers, and for gifts. Thank you so much. One last thing from Kiva. Kiva? Kiva will probably come with floral explosion. Manuel, bye. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Manuel. Make sure to subscribe. Same time tomorrow, teach. Yes, same time, 5 p.m. Floral explosion. Thank you so much, Kiva, for this beautiful finale of our today's conversation. Thank you so much, guys. And I'm going to press sign off. More flowers. Boop.